and Rural Development Portfolio Committee hereby declare the Birchwood Hotel here in city of Ekurhuleni as a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature in terms of Rule 56, subsection 1-2 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Legislature, version 5, revision 8, read together with section 2, subsection 1, and section 28 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 4 of 2004. For the duration of this meeting, therefore, this place will be the precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and thus the standing rules of the legislature will apply and govern all the engagements of the day. I thank you. Let me firstly greet all of you, all our guests who are here, all the honorable members who have accompanied me today, members of the Portfolio Committee for Agriculture, Rural Development and the Environment, and extend further welcome to all of you. We are very grateful that you are part of this meeting, and we are very humbled by the turnout that we are seeing here. It shows that you're taking this work of government very serious, and you also take yourselves very serious in the work that you do in your respective farms. I would also want to extend my welcome to the MEC in absentia. I'm told she will be a few minutes late. She will be joining us. There she is, talk of the devil. Welcome, MEC. We are just welcoming you. And the HOD is also here with her. And maybe before I conclude, let me just take a moment to introduce to you all the members that are here with us today. On my right-hand side, I have Honorable Mpapa Kanyile. You can, sorry, Honorable Mpapa Kanyane. Honorable Kanyane, yes. And then I have got Member Engelbrecht here on my left. I have Member Dos Santos there. I have Member Miller. And I have Member Mukene. Member Mukene, yes. Member Mukene is a new member of this portfolio committee. It's her first meeting with us. She has just joined us. You are welcome, honorable member. And we hope that you will work well with the team. Yeah, we are also expecting Honorable Hadebe. I was also told she's running late, but as soon as she comes in, we will introduce her to you. So this is the team. We are short of one member, Tulani Ndovu. We will also introduce him to you if he comes in. So I hope that you all know the people that work with members of the Portfolio Committee. So without any further waste of time, I'm just going to outline the purpose of our meeting today. And just to say that we will be receiving presentations from the department. They will make a presentation on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's the third quarterly performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year. That will be number one. And secondly, they will make a presentation on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G004 to 2022. They will further make a presentation on the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development's adopted FIS. It's a focused intervention study topic emanating from the annual report process. And then finally, as you would remember, before the end of the year, last year in December, just before the Christmas season, the Portfolio Committee undertook a road show, and we happened to visit various farms, selected farms from some of you are here, whose farms we have visited because we were a newly established Portfolio Committee. So we took it upon ourselves to orientate ourselves and to get to know which farm is located where. So we went around the whole province, each region visiting specific farms. So we will also have the department making a presentation on the responses emanating from that roadshow, because there were quite a number of issues that we picked up at the time. Some of the farmers raised issues, and we would want to hear what the department is going to do about those concerns and those issues. And all of this, I think, will be done in the spirit of improving our relationship with yourselves, your relationship with the department, and our relationship with the department as well, because we are supposed to be working together as the ANC-led government in this province to ensure that our people benefit, rightfully so, and to ensure that the department execute on the commitments that they have made according to the annual performance plan. So our responsibility as the Portfolio Committee is to ensure that the department does what they are set to do. And if they don't, it is our duty to do oversight over them and to intervene where possible, be able to facilitate all the engagements between yourselves and the department. So we hope that we will all cooperate, work together in ensuring that we work, harmoniously without any problems, and where there are problems, they are being resolved, timelessly. And I also want to plead to members of the Portfolio Committee, especially the new ones, just to alert you that as a committee, we work as a collective here as a committee. When we are here, we are a team. We must put our heads together to ensure that we jointly resolve the problems of society as a team. We are not in the legislature sitting. So what happens in the legislature sitting remains in the legislature sitting. What happens in the Portfolio Committee is a joint effort of all of us. So we need to advise one another and be able to jointly advise the department, because our duty as a Portfolio Committee is not just to criticize the department. Where we see that we can assist, we can be able to advise them as well, to say, department, how about you try this and this and that? And we are not saying that they must flout rules and procedures in the Constitution and any other forms of the legislation. They must work according to the legislation, but we must ensure that they do the right things. So I thought I should just mention that, honorable members. And once again, all the stakeholders from all the regions, you are welcome. Sadly, we will be missing a few of our stakeholders. I think they had challenges with transport. And I hope that they will receive all the presentations, and also hope that they will be able to make their written submissions so that we don't miss out on anybody's input. We want to take everybody on board because we are a team, as we are. Let me welcome Honorable Ndlovu. I did say that I will acknowledge him as he comes in. Honorable Ndlovu, you can greet the farmers. Okay, thank you. Coming to apologies, like I said, we only noted the apology of Honorable Khadebe, who will be joining us a bit later. So far, we are a full complement of members of this committee. And Honorable Dos Santos requested to leave at 2 o'clock if we are not done by that. By then, he's got another engagement, so I have acceded to his apology, honorable member. So if that time comes, I asked him to just leave quietly and attend to his other engagements. I just want us to, at this stage, confirm the agenda. And it will be, contains the presentations by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development on the third quarterly performance report for the 2022-2023 financial year. And then thereafter, after the presentation, we will have discussions and submissions by members as well as yourselves, stakeholders, on that presentation. And then we will have the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, the G004-2002, And then we will also take discussions and submissions by members and stakeholders equally. And the third item, 4.3, will be the adopted FAIs, a topic emanating from the annual report process. We'll take the discussions and the submissions by members and stakeholders equally. And then item number 4.4, we will have the responses emanating from the committee's roadshow that I referred to earlier. Then we will have discussions and submissions by yourselves. And item 5 will be on resolution tracking. Item 6, the provincial bills. Item 7, petitions. Item 8, correspondence. Item 9, other matters arising, and those I will be taking from members only. It's an internal arrangement of the committee so that each and every meeting that we have other matters arising which were not covered in the agenda, so that in our next meeting it can be guided in terms of the matters that we want to raise. And then item 10, it will be date of the next meeting and amendment. So that is the agenda, honorable members. If I can have one of the members moving for the adoption and a seconder. Thank you.
I'll move, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht moves.
Thank you, I'll second.
Thank you, Honorable Miller seconds. The agenda is duly adopted and seconded. Thank you so much, honorable members. And without any further waste of time, let me just announce around the language issue. There are gadgets here that we will be using in case you need them. Channel 1 on the gadget is English, and then channel 2 is Sesotho or Setswana. Channel 4 will be isiZulu or isiXhosa, and then channel 3 will be Afrikaans. So even if the presenter makes the presentation in Zulu, you can be able to listen ka English or any other language of your preference. If I say ka English, you can listen ka any other language of your preference. So, but these gadgets, please, if I offer you, please return it. This is the property of the legislature, and we always use them. They are reusable. They are not for taking home, because if it's here, it's not going to work at home. It only works here. So, and then I'm told the bathrooms are outside. On your extreme right, that's where the bathrooms are located. And we will not be taking any break. I want us to go through our meeting. We will only take break anakoya lunch. And hopefully by then we should be done, so that when we finish with our agenda items, we straight go to lunch, and from there we go home. Is that fine? Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, without any further waste of time, I will call on the department, the MEC, to maybe tell us who is going to make the presentations, or even make opening remarks from the department side. Over to you, MEC.
Thank you, Chair. Sanbonani, Dumelang, Siabong. Chair, on behalf of the department, Samu will be presenting, and then we will assist her with the response to the questions that will follow. So let me just allow her to come forward.
Okay, let's welcome her. Kamatsoho.
Can I come up? Not sure which mic I should use. Morning. I hope you can see me. I'm vertically challenged. Dumelang Sanmonani. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. I'm going to quickly go through the presentation for the department on the third quarter performance for 2022-23. It's a very short presentation, so I will not be long. Yeah, that's just the table of content. And in terms of where we are as a department at the end of the third quarter, Honorable Chairperson, we are at 79% against the targets that were set for the particular quarter. We've consistently, from quarter one to quarter three, been around the region of 80 to 85% in terms of achievement of our targets. And we, obviously in the quarters, Honorable Chairperson, we not planning on all of our targets. So we are expecting that in the fourth quarter, the performance of the department will also improve, hopefully to the regions of the 85 to the 90, as more of our annual outputs are reported on in terms of the APP. Now, what constitutes the 79% that we achieved overall as a department is the achievement on program one. Two of the three indicators that were planned for have been achieved, which then constitute 67% for that particular program. And in terms of program two, we achieved 32 of the 41 indicators, so 9 were not achieved, which is then 78%. And in terms of program 3, we achieved 11 of the 13 indicators that we had planned for quarter 3, which is then 85%. Now, Honorable Chairperson, we have a total of 56 indicators that we planned for the entire quarter. And the slide that is showing on your screen now is the total of all the indicators that we've achieved for the quarter. And it's a long list, and I will not go through them, through all of them, because of time, and because I know that you have those particular indicators. But I just want to point you to the far right of each of the indicators that we've listed there. And you can already see that against the annual target for each of these indicators, we are in the region of 100. Most of them are around 80%, which is expected at the end of third quarter. So we are likely to achieve on all of these indicators by the end of the financial year. Furthermore, Honorable Chairperson, you will see that some of these indicators we've overachieved in terms of the annual target. It's not because we are underestimating our targets, but we have been, what's the right English word, maybe pushed by our MEC in terms of upscaling our targets and delivering, especially on the TISH areas. So that has resulted in us focusing some of our resources in terms of achieving on those indicators that we feel will make a difference in the townships, informal settlements and hostels. So that is why you would see some of the indicators have already exceeded the 100% mark in terms of achievement. Maybe to pick on a few indicators, Honorable Chairperson, if you look at the smallholder producers that were supported with production output inputs, we already have achieved 80 against the target of 65. If you look at subsistence women producers that are supported by the department in terms of production inputs, we had a target of 500. We are already at 882 in terms of that. And if we look again at subsistence producers that were supported in total, the target is 334. We are already at 2,688. So if you look at the proportion of subsistence producers of women versus the overall achievement of the department, you will see that we are already above 50% in terms of focusing on supporting women farmers in the province. I will not go through all of them, Honorable Chairperson, because of time. I will then move to the next slide, which then talks to issues of environment. And as I said earlier on, we are at 85% in terms of the program environment, and those are the achievements. Again, the same explanation as I've given before in terms of our overachievement is applicable here. And if you look at the number of completed AELs issued within legislative timeframes, we're at 100%. In terms of waste license applications finalized within legislated timeframes, we are also at 100%, excuse me. So I will also not go through all of them, but safe to say that all of the targets that we've achieved as a department in terms of Q3, we are confident that we will achieve at the end of the financial year. Now, just to quickly go through the areas where we did not do so well as a department, the areas of underachievement, is the invoices that are paid within 10 days. We've pushed ourselves as a department to move from 30 days payment of invoices, and last year we were measuring ourselves against 15%. This year, 15 days, and this year we have moved ourselves to measure ourselves against 10 working days to push the envelope a bit to make sure that our suppliers are paid within that time. So in terms of that particular indicator, we are at 95% in terms of payment within 10 days, with a variance of, we are at 99% with a variance of 1%. The outer column is the average, the target, the output against the annual target. So in terms of 100 days and 15 days, in terms of 15 days and 30 days payment of invoices within the time that we've received them, we are at 100%. The reason that we've not achieved the 1% for 10 working days is because of the invoices that were exceeding the 10 days due to the payment not executed by the provincial treasury on the date there on the 18th of November last year. This then resulted in the payment exceeding by the time frame by 1 day. And these are issues that are outside of our control as a department because the system is handled by provincial treasury, but we have made them aware of the issues in terms of the system, and they are working on it. So yeah, that's the reason for that. In terms of the next slide, we've got quite a few that we have not achieved on. The first one is infrastructure that is established. The target was for the quarter was 10. We achieved 3, and the variance is 7%. But overall, there's basically slow progress in terms of the achievement of this particular indicator, and the slow progress is due to the financial challenges that were had by the supplier in terms of non-provision of services as stipulated in the contract and the failure to execute the work. And as a result, we terminated the contract with that particular supplier, and now we've appointed a new service provider so that we can be able to fast track. Hopefully, by the end of the fourth quarter, we will fast track the achievement on these particular indicators. Now, in terms of hectares of agricultural land rehabilitated, green jobs that have been created, and hectares of cultivated land under conservation agricultural practices. These indicators, Honorable Chairperson, are funded through the Land Care Grant. And the reason that we have not been able to achieve on these particular indicators is due to the delay in the transferring of funds from the national departments to us in terms of the grant. So we were unable to fast track the achievement on this particular indicators. But now, because we've received the funds and they have been transferred, we have started with the procurement for soya beans that has been processed, and we will ensure the creation of jobs through the land care projects in the fourth quarter, because the green jobs are created as a result of the land care projects that will be implementing through this particular grant. Sorry, I went back. We have also not been able, Honorable Chairperson, to achieve against the indicators producers supported in red meat commodities and in grain and the grain commodity. For a red meat commodity, we had a target of 4. We did not achieve against this one. For grain, we had a target of 40. We have not achieved against this one. And the reason for this is that the 2 appointed service providers for the supply and delivery of the breeding stock for small stock were unable to deliver, citing the reason for underquoting. So the SAM has been requested now to re-advertise the specifications so that we can hopefully start achieving on these particular ones in the fourth quarter. But I'm sure the colleagues will be able to give us the progress when we respond in terms of the SCM processes on this particular one. The last one on Program 2, Honorable Chairperson, is the industry agri-BEE Indaba that was supposed to have been held in the third quarter. We were unable to hold this this seminar or this Indaba due to the reason that due to the fact that we had to get the partnership, our partners with Rural South Africa Tertiary Cooperative to be part of it, and they couldn't be part of it in the third quarter, so we've rescheduled this one. It will happen on the 16th of March, now in the fourth quarter. In terms of the environment sector, the last slide there talks to the percentage of completed EIA applications finalized within legislated timeframes. In terms of this one, Honorable Chairperson, we are at 91% against the target of 100, with a variance of 9, and the reason for this is due to the moving from the manual system to e-submissions, and there were glitches there, but we are working hard to making sure that the email notifications are issued on time so that we can be able to achieve on this one. But Honorable Chairperson, we further, if you look at this particular indicator, the EIA applications finalized within legislated time. The legislated time is 107 days, but we've pushed ourselves again as a department to make sure that we complete these EIA finalizations within 30 days. And in terms of that, as a department, I think last year we were at 57%. We managed to push ourselves to 71%. And if I'm not mistaken, HOD, our department was awarded the best department in the country and the province in terms of finalization of these ones on time, because they facilitate economic activities in the province, and it creates a good environment for economic activities in the province. So we are very proud as a department in terms of this particular indicator and how we've pushed ourselves to move from 107 days to 30 days. The last one, Honorable Chairperson, is number of trees planted in terms of greening the province. For the quarter, we had a target of 100,000 trees that we wanted to plant. We were at 27,000 at the end of quarter 3. with a variance of 72,000. The reason for this, Honorable Chairperson, is that only 2 out of the 10 service providers delivered on the procurement of the trees as we had in the approved PO. But we are working hard to follow up on the other remaining service providers to make sure that we are delivering on the trees. And this is specifically targeted for the tish areas to make sure that we are greening our townships, our informal settlements, and as well as our hostels. So I think that brings me to the end of the performance information for Q3 as pertains to the annual performance plan. I think the next session might be the financial performance. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm just concerned about the number of reasons that you give that relates to supply chain management processes, which seems to delay your overall performance, which is a great concern for me, I must say. And I think when we did the road shows as well, it was quite clear that your partners, DBSA, is underperforming on that score, Honorable MEC. So I would want the department to really look into this, because it can be that you seem to be held at. On my far left-hand side, if you can just raise your hand, I will note you, and then I'll move on to the second, third, kanjalo, kanjalo. So just from row extreme left, can I get a hand indication? No one on this row. There's a gentleman right at the back there. Just be ready with the mic. And then here, there's number 2. Be ready with the mic for number 2 here. This side, there's one right at the back there, which is number 3. This side, I'm noting 1, 2, 3 hands. So all in all, we've got 6 hands. Only 6 hands for this part. Can we start with the gentleman at the back on the second row, please? This side, with the blue cap. You can just introduce yourself, the speaker, so that we can capture properly.
Yeah, this is Musa Danzi from Orange Farm. I like the presentation on trees. We are staying in Orange Farm, where trees are very scarce, and in our project we have never had an approach where we can also plant trees in our environment. Thank you. It's not a question, ma'am. It's just a comment that please involve us in the endeavor to plant more trees so that we can also take part. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one. Here.
Morning, mine is just a concern. I don't see any interpreter here. There's any sign language interpreter, please?
Sign language. Communications. Do we have an interpreter today? We normally do have. Okay, let's take the third hand, right at the back there. Department, I think after the hands, we'll take the financial performance as part of that report, the presentation.
Dumelang balemi ka hore ke molemi re bitsitswe ke lefapha la temo mona nna ke le mme Mamsibi ke tswa Sedibeng region.
O ka emela mama re o bone camera e kgone o bona re o bone hantle.
Okay, dumelang kaofela. Nna ke mme Mamsibi, ke tswa Sedibeng region. Ke le member ya ward mo Sedibeng. Mme ha ntse a bua monana ke utlwile a bua ka taba tsa di-EIA mo ho environment. Ke e mong wa bomme ka kgola ha o utlwa ke bua fela sheba snepe sa ka di-official tse dutse mo ba ntseba. Ke kgola ho bua ka di-application from 1996 ha ke reka ploto mo Dreamland until today. Batho ba ka ba batle ha ke soka ke fumana thuso. Ke etsa poultry mo. Ha ona anything enka ka kgonang ho etsa if ke sa kgone ho thola EIA hore di kgoho tsaka ke kgone ho di hlaba di kgone ho iswa marketing e loreng kwa slaughtering. So ke dula ke ya di officing each and every day. So ha ke tsebe kapa ke lona legislature e le sa kgoneng ho refa kapa re fuwa ke department ne ke kopa fela thuso because ha ke kopele nna ke le mo. Hona le batho ba bang department e fane ka di-structure tse ngata ka ga Dreamland batho ba yeso. Tjhelete e tsetetswe moo. Ha di sebetse di-structure tseo because of the market re sa kgone hore na ha re tlamehile re hlabe dikgotse re di hlaba kaya re kgone batho ba yeso. A ke le re thuseng hle batho ba modimo. A ke le re thuseng bomme ba legislature MEC a ko kene mohlombe wena ke bone go sana o le motjha ko bona ne re le soltsotetse o tla ko etse ntwe betere ngwaneso ho fila ba le be re tla re mohlombe ba hudi a ko kene ka mafulufulu de we ko bone le ka teng ke la ka o tsa kare de we o qadileng ka teng tswela pe ka mogho o etseng ka teng ke ka ho ke le ndeng mona ka je le nana ke re tlo bua ntwe nana ke tle ntleng ya bobedi ya difate motswadi wa difate di fitlile ga le bua batswadi bo mme le bontate ba bang ba ne ba kopa ona le bo mme ba ratang ho etsa agro processing ya canning re la ra kenya request ya hore re kopa re bone ba tlise difate tsa meriti tse ne le tsa di-fruits ne le tsa morara fela ba ne ba kopa ho thuswa hore na le ka se kgone hore maybe le diploto le tsona le kgone ho ba fa mhlomphele ya ka ba 50 ya difate because it's a part of farming ya bona eo. Thank you ke a leboha.
Yeah, there's 3 hands on that row. The first one ke o emisitse. There's only 3.
Sanibonani njani?
Kama maoto le nna ntate ro boy.
Sanibonani njani? Igama uSifiso from region G. Anginama concern amaningi, is just only I think one concern, which is ngizwe bathi department like is underperforming in terms of ayenzi kahle because ama suppliers our supply kahle. There is some bad performance ama supplier our supply kahle. So my question is, the department which a system is using to appoint the suppliers, and are the small farmers involved in that supply chain management, which system are they using to appoint those farmers? Because thank you very much.
Wa bobedi o hona mo behind
Ako batla di-earphones.
huh?
Ako batla di-earphones.
O batla di-earphones. Mo kopele. Okay, in the meantime, I think the third one. The third one, on the side. Behind Tado na afetang ho bua. There were 3 hands at the back. Kopa le emisa hape ba ne le emisitse. Emisa matsoho lona ba ke appointileng. Okay, withdrawile. Okay. So mama the earphone raloka. Okay, can we proceed? Okay. All right. Let's welcome all the comments and the inputs and continue with the financial performance. And then Rakaboa happy with the questions if deleting, and then the department will respond. Okay. Over to you, CFO.
Good morning, honorable members, MEC, HD, colleagues, and all our stakeholders. My name is Barry Finter. I will take you through the financial report for the department as at the end of the third quarter, so ending 31st March 2022. Sorry, the screen is very small. Just quickly, apologies, just quickly on the expenditure report. So basically for the end of the third quarter, the department projected budget for that quarter was 272 million. The department were able to spend 255 million, and there's a variance of 16 million that at the end of the third quarter, it was the 94%. Program 1, the projected expenditure budget was 65, the actual expenditure 80. There's a 15 million over expenditure there, that brings us to 123% for the end of the third quarter. The 50 million over expenditure projection is just relating to the cost of living adjustments, as well as the notch progressions that was paid for level 1 to 12. Agriculture and rural development, the 115 million was projected for the end of the third quarter, the actual expenditure 90, and the variance is 40 there, the 69 under expenditure. Basically, the under expenditure on goods and on that specific program also generally relate to the late approval of our conditional grants, as well as some of our tender processes that was non-responsive that need to be re-advertised. And then just moving on to environmental affairs, the 76 million budget and actual expenditure 84, and then the 8.6 million over expenditure on that specific program at the end of the third quarter. This basically relates to the new priorities that was given to the department and for the expansion of our projects, like Samu reported in the third quarter report. So that's just our expenditure there of about 11%. Just looking at the year to date for program 1 administration, we're sitting at the 79%. Agriculture is sitting at the 47%, and environmental affairs sitting at 66%. Per economic classification, our compensation of employee for the expenditure or year to date at the end of December is sitting at 71. Goods and services at 50%, transfers and subsidies at 38. Our capital assets is 36%. Honourable members pick up on the delay in our DBSA projects, so that is basically the cause for that under expenditure there, and then payments for financial assets is at 100%. Just moving on, so basically this is just an explanation of what I've just given. So basically, just looking at the main reasons for under expenditure, like I've alluded, is the tenders that have been cancelled, as well as the conditional grants business plans that have been approved late, as well as the land care grant transfer that were only received in January. But like Samu reported, we're busy with the procurement processes on that to ensure that we expend on that specific item during the fourth quarter. Also, just looking at our commitments, currently the department is sitting at the 245 million commitments. So if we added that to the expenditure at the end of December, it will take us to 100% spent on goods and services. However, there is issues about projects being finalized at financial year end, as well as some of the procurement processes just need to be finalized. So if goods and services are delivered by the 15th of March, we will be able to process those specific invoices and then increase our expenditure then at the end of the financial year. But that's only if service delivery and goods and services are delivered. Then just looking at, sorry, let me just project the commitments. Oh, sorry. So yeah, that is just an indication of the commitments per economic classification and then for the department in total. So looking at compensation of employee, then we'll going up to the 95%. Goods and services, then the 99. Transfers will transfer all those ones. That's a projection of 100%, and then the payments for capital assets will then go up to a 49, and payment for financial assets at 147. Just looking at our infrastructure again, just sitting at the 61%, so your upgrades and additions at 50%, building and other fixed structures also at 50%, and internal capacity at the 66%. Looking at conditional grants, our capital infrastructure is sitting at 21, ERP at 8%, and then the total cost is sitting at 18%. Again, the issues of non-achievement or performance on this should be noted, relating to the conditional grants budget, business plan, approved late in the financial year. Ilima Letsima is sitting at 22%, Landcare at 0%, and EPWP incentive grant is sitting at 68%. So the total performance on conditional grants is sitting at 19%. So currently there is processes and procurement processes in place to ensure that we upscale or ensure that we deliver on this specific conditional grant or targets. So hopefully by the fourth quarter we will be able to be in a good or be able to spend on the specific money going forward. Then just interventions or procurement plan acceleration plans that the department put in place. So all procurement functions are given priority. We also ensure that we implement or try to get RT contracts to deliver on our projects. And also then capacitate our supply chain management unit to deliver on the department's mandates, as well as the structure, the new structure that has been proposed for MEC's approval, so that will also assist the department in ensuring future that we deliver on our supply chain management processes. Then just on our revenue projections for the end of December. So the total projected revenue was 2.3 million. The actual collection was 4.8 million. So this is over collection of 2.4, and that's for year to date is a 4.8 over collection. So it's about 32.1% projection at the end of the third quarter. The main reason for the over collection just can contribute to our Section 24G fines. So it's collections that have been made from the current and also previous year's fines that we were able to collect. There was also collections on the sales of goods and services, collection or sale of goods and services related to veterinary service, permits, your import and export certificate, as well as your EIA licenses, as well as your nature reserve entrance fees. Then, as reported in the performance, the department on the 10, 15, and 30 days, so we're sitting at the end of December at a 92, and then 15 days to 100, and 100% on 50 days. And then just that's the end of the presentation. Thank you so much, colleagues, honorable members.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, there's the financial performance of the department. If I should now get hands to engage on the financial performance, Honorable Engelbrecht, you can come in.
Chair, thank you very much. If the CFO can just ask us, we're looking at the end of the third quarter, yet the conditional grants are sitting at 20%. And if you can please explain to us how that is going to be changed, and why I mean, did give an inclination, but why the conditional grants is only sitting at 20% at the end of the third quarter, and how the department is going to change that. He's got 1 quarter left to use 80% of the conditional grants, and if there's going to be a rollover of the conditional grants, and if there was a rollover from the previous year, and what the department's going to do about that. And then there's a problem with infrastructure development management system, which is resulting in huge underperformance, and what the department is doing about that. And then the supply chain management, there's a problem in terms of the supply chain management, and if the CFO can just give us answers in terms of that underperformance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Any other member who wants to say something? Member Ndlovu?
Thanks, Chair. I want to agree with Member Engelbrecht in this one of grants. Maybe the department must pull up their socks. It's worrisome. Member Engelbrecht is sugarcoating it and saying it is 20%. It's 19 actually. And it's money that is meant to assist our upcoming farmers. So the department must actually pull up their socks. We are
I'm a project. So my questions like ngizophendula phezu kwababa njengoba sekukhuluma ngama EPW since kukhuluma ngama finances. So we've got a problem of EPWP my phone service provider izobhadala ama members asebenza ku agriculture as much as agriculture mabasebenza abantu bakhona basebenza Monday to Friday, and the EPWP mayifika istarta la mhla ifika ayisabali ukuthi umuntu uqale nokusebenza and ayibabaleri imali ayisabhadali back forward ukuthi lo muntu lo mhlambe makana 3 months iqalile ukusebenza siyambhadala i3 months yakhe back from there aqhubeke. And nalento yokuthi do department monitora in terms of ama finances yabo ukuthi if i-stipend siphumile esisazi ukuthi i-DTI yibo monitor the stipend se EPWP. So the DTI also approach the service provider locally, of which is yiyo ebhadala ama stipend kubantu. So sifuna ukwazi ukuthi leyo muntu service provider is local izobhadala until nini, because we were applying for ukuthi nathi ama NPO ama CBOs community project akhona locally nabo abathole that isikhathi sokuthi nabo bakwazi ukuba ama service provider to the NPOs. So but now it's only one eval since sazi environment project ekhipha ama stipends ekaphegu as iPapamang. Since it says we Papamang, still now it says iPapamang. And even if you can apply for good now assist or good now assist abantu for a stipend, you don't get it. So we want to know if there is something that is happening with department. Let it come forward so that abantu bazoba satisfied everybody. Because there's something if you sign the contract, Papamang, you must pay at the end of the month. You pay 50 rand, 60 rand every month. Just imagine if you stipend to sign out by 300, how much is it per month? Umuntu ekeeper is 60 rand. So I'm not meeting against to pay, but I'm against indlela abasebenzisa ngayo abantu abamnyama. People, they are suffering, but they are still continuing. Guys, we are farmers, we are not like yes, they are so it's hard time to fight. We need payment, guys. We see cartel stipend. See cartel because we eat every day, 3 times a day. A meal. So we tell our master because the promise economy in South Africa. So this time is time now. Good Tina, salary. The salary says the basic salary of our farmers is 3,500 per month. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the inputs. I think Matsoha Feleleti, don't get inspired, ne? No, is it a little ma'am? Okay, all right. I might have missed it. 1, 2, yes.
Right, good morning, everyone.
You can stand on your feet, Papa.
I'm trying to stand, Honorable Member. My name is Untireti Hanabo. I'm from an organization called SAMCO in the province. I'm the provincial administrator of the organization in the province that's led and by Mr. Chris Malemacha. My concerns are just two. The first one, Honorable Chairperson, if it's possible, if you can just get a copy of the program of the day. That is the main thing, that if it's possible. And then the second issue is that since the first meeting or the sessions at the Legislature, I think there are like 4 or 5 that have been part of, so they started. We've been asking for presentations from day one. Even when we were with the MEC in Tokosan, somewhere in Pretoria, we asked for presentations from the Department of Agriculture and Agriculture. But then even today, we're still waiting for those presentations. So I'm also raising on the issue of presentations, because the speaker, when the speaker is on stage, the speed that the speaker is moving is not the same speed that people who are sitting down, we are moving with the speaker. So if it's possible, can we please get those presentations by the end of today from you, Chairperson? If you can just talk to the MEC or anything, Assembly, Rako. Thank you.
Stulo les tšhaba kaofela ka sona. Nna ke Charlotte wa Hamonini, ke tswa ke le ko Vosloorus, ke fala Underwood, Women in Agriculture and Rural Development. Ko Vosloorus mo le gona le mo re lemang teng ko di open spacing. But now the problem e re nang le yona ya di finances, because when you go to the municipality gore re thole mangolo a gore re kgone go kopa di finances, go na le di delaying tactics tse ding tse re sa di tsebeng, because of since then ba ntse ba re ba tla go gore na ba tlo bona pleke e mo re sebeletsang teng. And that place, because of ba bang ba happy ga re sebetsa ko yona, do ra tseba gore ha se ya rona ke ya masepala, but it has stopped the crime tse bang mo di open space in the local reading, which is at a local utilize that's a like if in then hard dollar finance at least cover bit or cover any defense hard to the Molola or Rohono or Rico department more chance or return the finance. I think that is the only problem which we have got at the moment. I thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for all the inputs. Sanko Chair, I'm told the person who invited you received the presentations. Ne? If you can engage him, I'll the presentation. And same applies to all of you. You should get those presentations. If Leslie told you can engage from the office here, the chairperson, so that back on only to the presentations in the Thank you very much. The Clover Department who responded to all the questions, starting for the whole presentation, including the second part, the financial performance of the department. And I also like to apologize for the sign language, because I see it's not on still, so I don't know if there's a problem. But if there isn't, please sort it out where possible. And if not, just let us know so that we know we don't have sign language at all. But I want to apologize to you. Over to you, HOD.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Members. Good morning to you, MEC. Good morning to all the officials from Legislature and from the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment. Ki dumedise ama-farmers wonke nabahlali. Honorable Chairperson, I will deal with some of the questions that have been asked, and I will ask one or two of my colleagues to assist me with the rest of the questions, and MEC will then close this part of the session. Honorable Chairperson, we agree with yourself that there are challenges within the SCM, and those challenges are challenges which we have raised ourselves, which the CFO and his team are dealing with. Chairperson, while I'm at it, I would like to introduce our new CFO, Mr. Rulani Pilembe, who started with the department on the 1st of February 2023, but he has been in the province and was CFO for sport, art, culture and recreation. We did indicate to the CFO that when he comes in, he takes all the challenges and all the achievements. So all the challenges of SCM have become his challenges, and he's keenly aware of that. But together with his team, they are dealing with those challenges. We also want to indicate to yourself, Honorable Chairperson, that indeed there have been challenges with DBSA. The reason why we went to DBSA was because we were having challenges of infrastructure in the department. As has been mentioned, there was an IDMS process, which IDMS process was leading us to underperform in respect to the implementation of our infrastructure. We then went to DBSA hoping and wishing that they would actually fast track in the implementation of our infrastructure. However, there have been challenges in regard to DBSA themselves. The CFO and team met with the DBSA about 2 weeks ago to indicate our unhappiness with the pace of their implementation. We have seen a marked improvement since the meeting with the CFO. I will also be meeting with them in the next week just to monitor and ensure that whatever infrastructure projects are being implemented are done. We must indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that indeed we have seen a marked improvement. We are really hopeful that by the end of the financial year, in terms of the infrastructure, we will have been able to implement our infrastructure projects. We would like to thank Ntate Musa of Orange Farm, Lee Memam Sidi Bako Sidibeng. We are quite pleased to see that our communities are also wanting to assist us in respect of the planting of trees. I think we have made a point that in terms of us being able to achieve what we seek to achieve, each and every member of the community in Gauteng must plant 4 trees in their households. However, because of financial resources, we are unable to give each community member those 4 trees. But we're quite happy when members of the community themselves are coming up front and saying they want to deal with that. Ntate Loyiso Mkwana, who's the Chief Director responsible for sustainable use of the environment. Ntate Mkwana, if you can stand up. Thank you very much. So, Ntate Musa le Memam Sibi, if you can please look up Ntate Loyiso so that you give him your details, and I'm sure he will ensure that you do get those trees. Memam Sibi is a member of WARD, Women in Agriculture and Rural Development. They are our partner, and we do have engagements now and again. I think it's a point we did make Honorable Chairperson, even when we met the last time. So we do engage with them, and I'm still pleading that where they have challenges, if we could please be alerted of those challenges so that we're able to deal with them even before we come to the legislature. Member Msibi says that she has applied since 1996 for EIAs, something that surprises us. When Samu was giving her presentation, she did indicate that we are the only province that deals with our EIAs in 107 days, which is what is legislated in the Act. However, we did get an instruction from former Premier Makura for us to do and finalize the processes of EIAs within 30 days. And that's what we are doing. Some would have shown that 91% of our EIAs are being completed within 30 days. We must also indicate that we're keenly aware that it's quite pricey. And that's the point that our farmers has raised, that it's quite pricey for them to apply because they can't, Honorable Chairperson, apply directly. They have to get a consultant, and it's the consultant that applies on their behalf. So the consultants themselves are quite expensive. But we are open as a department to discuss with our farmers when they come to us and say, I'm unable to pay my consultant. It's something that between Mr. Matolo and Mr. Mkwana, it's something that they've looked into so that they assist our farmers. We must also indicate, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, that the application of EIAs is not a simple process because, among other things, they look at zoning, and zoning is not a competency of the department. So if your zoning is not correct for what you want to do, or the bylaws don't allow you, for example, to have poultry structures in your yard, and those would be your bylaws. Even if you can come to us from 1996 and apply, if the municipality, in terms of the bylaws or in terms of their zoning, do not accept that, it's not acceptable in terms of their bylaws, there is really nothing that we can do. However, we do want to say to Mamsibi, if, as I was saying, you can speak to Ndelo Yiso, we will then be able to see what it is that we can do. I do want to indicate that ever since MEC came into our department in October of 2022, when she came, she said to us, I appreciate the fact that our farmers have got produce, whether it's your chickens or poultry or your crops, they've got produce, but they don't have a market. And MEC was saying it then becomes useless, really, for people to plant but not have a market for them to sell. And MEC then instructed us and said to us, you must go to each and every township and each and every corridor and ensure that you have markets. And that is something that the department has begun to do. We have already gone to Thokoza Park. We called our farmers and said to our farmers, please bring your produce so that when we are at Thokoza Park, you are then able to sell. We also went to Sol Sotezi in Sidibeng. We did the same thing. In the department, Gadi 15 of every month, we've got a market where we call our farmers to come so that farmers can also sell to public servants. Our public servants are holding 15. So we've made that also possible. So the point I'm making really is that we also need our farmers to also take the initiative and find out. But what we do is that we invite farmers to come and sell their wares, whether we are going to Sol Sotezi, as I was saying, or Togoda Park. We are going to be having one such market in Tembisa in March. I'm not sure of the date, but once we have the date, we will make that date public in the manner in which we do. Tata Sifiso Wako Region 6 asks, which system does the department use to appoint farmers or to appoint suppliers? So there's something which is called the central database. And that's where we send our requests for proposals or requests for quotations. So if you are not on the database, we unfortunately are unable to ask you to supply the department. So you have to be on the database. And there's a system, there's a process. Yoguti bu apply kanjani kwi central database. Central database is a database of Gauteng Provincial Treasury. And every Wednesday, they call people, communities, to come so that bazonfundisa ukuthi what do you do if you want to be on the database? If you're not on the database, unfortunately, asikwazi ukuthi singacela ukuthi supply. So you have to be on the database. You have to ensure ukuthi your SARS matters, the receiver, SARS, yes. You have to ensure that your SARS matters are also in order, and that being the case, we will then be able to engage you as a supplier. Member Engelbrecht, you were asking about the 20% conditional grant, and that also pertains to Member Ndlovu. Indeed, we've had challenges in respect to our conditional grant spending. We must also indicate that the conditional grants are grants that come from National Treasury through our mother department, being the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform. We are expected to first submit a business plan, which business plan gets engaged with between ourselves and the mother department. When the mother department is not satisfied with one aspect or the other, they then inform us, we go back, we rectify whatever it is that that we're supposed to rectify. We go back, and only once they are satisfied do they release the money. They have also confirmed that their systems have also been slow. As a result, in terms of the conditional grants, I think we got our first tranche in August of 2022. We got the other tranche in November of 2022. And that has actually slowed us down in respect of our spending, because our preference would have been for us to have gotten the conditional grant by April, so that in April already we begin with the expenditure. Is there going to be a rollover? We are working very hard. What we have done, honorable members, is instead of going through tenders, because tenders are in themselves a big challenge, instead of going through tenders, what we've done is that we've decided on going through a request for proposals or request for quotations. And that way we're then able to spend between 500,000 and million. And that's what we're doing. So we're working very hard. What Ntate Perry gave you is our expenditure as at the end of December. However, if you were to look at our expenditure as at the end of the 28th of February, I think in terms of the conditional grants, if I'm not mistaken, Perry, we were at 71%. But we are working very hard to ensure that we spend 100% by the end of the year. I must also indicate that MEC and Premier gave us instructions to employ 6,000 EPWP beneficiaries. It's a process that we've begun. It's a process that MEC is consulting extensively about, so that what the gentleman was talking about, us getting people from another area to do EPWP work in another area does not happen. So MEC, as I was saying, is consulting extensively, just really to ensure that we do things in the manner in which they are supposed to be done. I did indicate that the IDMS indeed is a challenge, as a result of which we've gone to DBSA to try and assist us in that challenge. We note what Member Tulani Ndovu says about us pulling our socks, and we do want to assure you, Member, that that's exactly what we are doing. And indeed, where service providers are not wanting to subcontract, it's a matter that we don't even negotiate. We move on, because in terms of the legislation, we're even unable to engage a person who doesn't want to subcontract. And there's threshold. I think the threshold is 30 million, if I'm not mistaken. Mama said Bram Fisherville, MEC Premier and all the MECs were in Bram Fisherville yesterday. So in Bram Fisherville, I because I think our committee members know Guti, focus of this particular administration is on townships, informal settlements, and hostels. So you will see a lot of us in those townships, informal settlements, and hostels. So basically, Bram Fisherville, as I was saying, MEC, Premier, and all the MECs, basically Bram Fisherville yesterday. Ngiyacela ukusho mama uthi uma sifuna ukuncedwa yi-department kufanele si-apply mama. It's not automatic ngoba angeke sisazi baningi abantu abafuna usizo from the department. So there are application forms ekufanele zifilishwe in, and then once those application forms have been filled in, kune process yokubheka ukuthi ngoba kunabantu abafila in ama-application uthola ukuthi they are not deserving. Umuntu uyavuka nje acabanga ukuthi i-farming is easy, afuna ukufama, afuna ukufuna usizo, kanti akana passion yaloko. So kune process that we go through just really to ensure ukuthi labantu esibasizayo abantu abazoqhubeleka ne-farming. Sinawo into ebizwa ngokuthi ama-advisors, konje ncedisi, ama-extension officers, akhona yonke indawo. I think we've got about more than 200 of our extension officers. Ayasiza, but kufanele ukuthi ube uapplyile mama sikwazi ukuthi ukhona, but ayasiza ngokuthi bakubonisa ukuthi ngoba kwesinye isikhathi kukhona uDr Diatana la na uhlelile emuva. Dr Diatana uDr Diatana veterinarian. Kwesinye isikhathi siyafuna ukuthi sibe nenkukhu noma ingulube, kanti in terms of lapho sihlala khona akufanelanga ukuthi sibe nelwane. So ama-veterinarian ethu ayeza nawo bafike babheke masithi sesi-applyile beze nama-extension officers bafike babheke. So ungathi wena ufuna ukuba ney'nkukhu kanti umhlaba awuvumeli ukuthi ube ney'nkukhu, so bayakwazi ukuthi babheke lokhu bak-advise. But into ngishoyo mama ukuthi as-applyeni so that i-department ikwazi ukuthi ikwazi ukuthumela abantu bakwazi ukusi-advise. And kwesinye isikhathi umhlaba wethu awukho right, so sinama-soil scientist abheke nomhlaba ukuthi umhlaba wethu u-right na, and babheka hayi nje ukuthi u-right for ukutshala ngoba kwesinye isikhathi singafuna ukutshala ummbila kanti umhlaba wethu u-right for ukuthi sitshala ama-grapes as an example. So ama-soil scientists azobheka konke lokho, and then they'll be able to tell you ukuthi umhlaba wakho awuku-right for umbila but u-right for ama-peas as an example, and nokuthi yini ngoba you don't just tshala, fanele ukuthi kube khona izinto ozifakayo, ama-fertilizer, and i-fertilizer we don't even have to wait for i-department. I-fertilizer siyakwazi ukuthi siyenze uma singenza kahle ukudla okusalayo sikuthathe sikufake kumaphakethe kodwa sihlukanise i-waste yethu. I-waste yethu kube i-waste yamabhodlela, i-waste yama-plastic, i-waste yokudla. Lokho kudla lokho siyakwazi ukuthi sikuthathe sikufake phakathi komhlaba kube i-fertilizer yethu. So but the big point I'm making mama ukuthi as applying so that izokwazi ukusincedisa I'll call you. Ubaba Madolo Chief Director ye-Agriculture ucela ukuthi nginike lama number. Umuntu responsible for ama-extension officers ubaba Goba Phakade, inumber yakhe is 066 488 1974. 066 488 1974. Bese kube khona uJustice Lukhoro responsible for into garden food gardens, food security in general. So if une land omunye umamushilo wathi bane land, if une land uyakwazi ukuthi usibize uthi ngine land ngiyacela nize nizosiplantela singakwenza lokho, and inumber ka Justice Lukhoro is 066 488 Angphazami.
Just listen.
3793. Ngiyaphinda 066 488. Angithi amanamba department onke so khona la zofana khona. 3793. 3793. Uzonika ngizombiza naye, uzonika. Umphoshasha wase Orlando West. MC umpho bekazele ukuzokubonga uthi uyabonga kakhulu ngento yama EPWP beneficiaries. Ukhuluma ngalento le ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi uzothola ukuthi umuntu ozayo uvela kwenye indawo akazi lutho ngaleyo ndawo aya kuyo, so uyabonga kakhulu ukuthi uyilungisile leyo ndaba leyo. And then uma nomvula wase Sidibeng ngikhulumile ngomphoshasha ulo ngithi bekabonga uMC aningilaleli le umphoshasha ubonge uMC uthi kuMC siyabonga MC ukuthi uyilungisile into yokuthi abantu abeza for iEPWP kube abantu bendawo, kungabi abantu abavela eOmonde besebeza eOrlando West, and yet eOrlando West kunabantu abangasebenzi. So uthe uyabonga kuMC ngoba uMC uyilungisile leyo nto leyo. Kube ngisha kakhulu nishayela uMC. Siyabonga. Honorable Chairperson sengiyaqeda. And then umam Nomvula waseSidibeng. Mam Nomvula uma siqasha umuntu for ama EPWP and ubabu Loyiso uzokhuluma kabanzi ngalento leyo. Normally masiza sizocleaner siqasha abantu for 30 days. Am I right? 30 days. So uma siqasha abantu for 30 days asikwazi ukuthi sizokubhadalela for before. We can't do that. Masiqasha i-service provider sithi i-service provider abantu bazoqala nge-1 zaka-March until the 31st of March. So makabhadala uzobhadala from the 1st of March until the 31st of March. If kukuthi bebe volunteer, it's a good thing. Ukuthi ngoba yindawo zethu esihlala kuzo lezi. Nathi we've got a responsibility of looking after our places. So angeke akwazi ukuthi ayenze i-back pay. And then Untatelo yiso ngicela uze so that uzothetha nge-monitoring of our service providers. And then nomvula bekabuza uthi ba-applyile as ama-NPOs nama-CPOs to become service providers. Ntatelo yiso ngithi mamele. Yeah, so if you can respond to that as well. And then Ubabu Ubudkhanabo wesanko MEC Honorable Chairperson uphendulile. And then Umam Charlotte Mnini was a Fosloras. She's talking about the fact that they are having challenges with the municipality. Babu Mnisi is an hour. Oh, so that you also deal with the issue of Amaspala.
Thank you. Thank you very much, HOD. Okay, let's proceed to have further responses and clarity.
Are you monitoring EPW? The second one.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning, members of the committee, MEC, HOD, Omama, no Baba Siabulis. 2 questions in the EPWP. First one, kutwa webuzuba siba monitorisha na EPWP. Yes, EPWP ya monitorisha. This is at Bank Bas Sifune Ukasha Abandu Aba monitorisha EPWP is for 3 reasons. One, ukuthi la company ibe yiyo ebhatala i-stipend. Okay. Ayi salary isiyayidlula. Kwi EPWP akuna employment. Kune work opportunity. And umuntu osebenza ku EPWP must be willing to receive a stipend. Abe unemployed, abe poor. Unemployed and poor. You can't work on EPWP if you have other employment. Ayivumeli EPWP. Umama bethetha bange DTI, actually Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Yiyo eclear nge EPWP. Fanele ube unemployed, okwesibini ube poor. You see. No, icho angiyazi mfu. Yes. No, singangavumelani ngayo but icho. Yes, asuzu iseta out today sisete enye. Okwesibini ithi umuntu mayiqashwe ke EPWP you must be willing. Umama ebethetha nge minimum wage. HOD seyiphendule. EPWP iti fanele i-minimum wage EPWP ibe 55% i-minimum EPWP wage fanele ibe 55% minimum wage. So it works roughly to around about 1,925 okay per month. Right. Do we monitor? Yes, we monitor because we give EPWP participants umsebenzi ukuthi baqale khona la bayophela somewhere else. And then i-service provider le ibhatala i-stipend. Fanele ibhatale i-stipend, ibhatale i-unemployment insurance fund and ibhatale i-COIDA, which is compensation of injuries and disease act. Ukuthi mhlawumbe umuntu mayilimele ngowe besebenza kwi-EPWP akwazi ukubhatala. Okay. But yes, it's our monitoring. And then, Maui NPO okanye NGO, can you submit? Yes, definitely. All HOD say pendulela part but into yokuqala kufuneke uregisterishe kwintoni kwi-CSD. Lezi nkampani siziqashayo for uqasha obhatala istipend ayizizo eziselecta abantu, aziselecti bani, futhi ayizizo ezideterminayo ukuthi istipend imalini. No, istipend sideterminwe yiminister ukuthi imalini per day, so zibhatala la mali. Okay. So i-ward councillors sisebenza nge-ward councillors from that community, sithi kule ward siya kuyo yipi i-families nabantu abahlelelekile abadinga usizo. Then ibe zi-ward councillors ezicompile i-list. Nathi asifiki siye eZola umzekelo. Uba sifuneke sisebenze eZola senza amagadi ne-cleaning up eZola, ayisithi abafika eZola sithi ngubani ohlelelekile apha ozongena kwi-PW participants. Asiyazi. Sisebenza nge-leadership, local leadership, which is i-ward councillors. Even nale 6,000 participants manje, besine meeting Sunday nazo zonke i-ward councillors ase-Gauteng. And then the same day sabane meeting nazo izinduna e-hostel, because nabo funeka sibaqashe. Enkosi.
Molweni, Dumela, Liga, Gauteng. Chair, thank you very much, and honorable members. I just want to finish off on the issue around who you must contact when it comes to our extension officers in the various regions. Mr. Goba is the head of extension in the entire province. Now, if you are in the area of Eguruleni, Jamiston, and so on, Mr. Siabata Maoba, Dr. Maoba, is the guy that is heading Eguruleni. So his numbers are 076 421 9597. 076 421 9597. Then if you are in the area of Tshwane, it's Mrs. Makita Makaibia. Makita Makaibia. Her numbers are 076 422 2117. 076 422 2117. If you are in the area of Randfontein, he calls himself Sir Lisiho Pakedi. His numbers are 076 422 2501. 076 422 2501. That's Lisiho Pakedi. Now, when it comes to the issue about the land that Ume was talking about in the municipalities, all the municipalities have got their own criteria in terms of how they release land for various purposes, including agriculture as farming. So we work very closely with them to make sure that the land that is required for agricultural purposes, we assist each other in making sure that the assessment thereof, the production of that land is actually made into fruition. So, but however, they are the ones that release that land. They've got their own criteria. Mecharima Notwana was here also, is part and parcel of the team that leads the issue of the release of land bi-national, because we work also together with the National Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Land Reform, so that that land is made available to the farmers for farming purposes. But I think Umama must actually give us a contact details so that we can be able to assist, because as she said, she's got problems. They've applied and are trying to farm on the land, but they are given hide and seek and so on. So I think that is that from my side. Thank you very much. Just to say also, the issue of applications, talk to those guys that I've given you, especially in those 3 names, because that is where the applications must come in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. MEC, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And let me thank the colleagues that have been able to respond to some of the questions. Maybe, Chair, let me begin, because I think imibuzo eminingi they've been able to answer. I thought maybe we should give some background on the work that we are currently doing, so that we're able to show umphakathi wethu ukuthi there's improvements on what you are indicating. One is to indicate what we've just presented is what we call a Q3 report. So, which means it's the report from last year. So the issues around the under expenditure, some of the performance, some would have spoken, because just Q4, we've been able to pick up a lot of that work and make sure we're able to achieve it. In terms of the expenditure, it has been a huge concern both for myself and the Premier, and that is why we have fast-tracked to bring in capacity with finance. HOD had indicated we've got a CFO now, and we're finalizing what we must be able to fill the additional vacancies that would be there, so that we're able to strengthen that area. Because indeed, it is a huge concern, must not spend imali, especially because when you don't spend imali, it means you're not delivering. So we appreciate what we must be able to finalize on that and ensure that our expenditure begins to improve. So we are making sure that that is concluded. There's issues around DBSA. HOD has spoken to the matter. With DBSA, there are engagements with them because we've not been happy with their performance. It's been very slow. It's one of the issues that we have raised. So the infrastructure that they have been given, they do need to conclude on and finalize on. And then what we need to explore is who else becomes the implementing agent for the other remaining work, unlike giving Umuntu who has not performed. So let them finalize and conclude on the ones that they've got. And then just to explain, Premier, and I think in our last session I indicated, but I'll repeat it for the purpose because I'm not sure if Konabanta Bashala. Premier has combined 2 departments together. As you know, it's no longer just the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment. He has combined it with the social development. And the reason he has done that is because we want to really give emphasis to development and social. So what do I mean by that? The Department here to social development has been seen as a department of grants. So it gives away grants, gives away welfare. It's a welfare department. So we really want it to become a department of development. And that's why it was critical that it be combined with agriculture. Because whilst the department here of social development gives away a food parcel, agriculture teaches people to plant. So you can either feed a person for a month through a food parcel, or you can feed them for life by teaching them how to plant. So that is the logic, and that's why these 2 things were combined. So that it allows us to expand on our work. We have an appreciation, as all of us know, we had the COVID things, which really affected a lot of sectors. Abantu abaningi are unemployed now. There's a large unemployment, large food insecurity that is there, hunger and so forth. So we know what abantu balambile. And we need to play our part in making sure that people can be self-sufficient. And the best way to do that is by teaching them through agriculture on how they can be able to be self-sustainable. So that is why I was saying, Guti, the issue around us capacitating finance is so that we're able to massify on the work that we have to do. Because our grants way to speak to the assistance that we must give to the farmers. So we need to do that and be able to expand on that. There was an issue around land, which the HOD has spoken to. We are engaging with our municipalities, but also our Department of Infrastructure Development, because they are the ones that have land parcels. Department, they give us some land parcels so that we can be able to get people in communities, our cooperatives, to be able to work on that land. So that is still in process, and it's something that we are continuing with. And it's part and parcel of this food security project we have to expand. We will also be teaching Abantu how to do their own backyard farms. So one of the notions that people believe is that you need to have large pieces of land for you to do agriculture. You don't. We are in a modernized world now where even just from a small piece of land, you can be able to grow a number of crops. So that's why we're bringing in even the issue around technology. What do they call them? Your pyramids. Ne? So we've got pyramid structures. There's what we call your hydroponics, your vertical farming, and so forth. So agriculture has advanced. So you don't need large pieces of land, and that is good for us as a province, Gauteng, which doesn't have large land mass like other provinces would. So we are moving quite a lot and making sure that we do take technology and we take advantage of it. So as part of this massification for food security, is also kufundisa abantu which you don't need large pieces of land. So even from whether uhlala emkhukhwini, and we want to even show laba bahlali because Premier Wethu said we must focus on TISH. TISH, it means townships, informal settlements and hostels. That's our focus. So we want to show nabantu bahlala emahostela, abahlala emkhukhwini what you can be able to plant even from your own small backyard. So it's something that we are massifying on. And as I indicated, it's a joint program between these two departments. And then I was very happy, and I was telling HOD that I'm so glad when I hear Bantu speaking about the need for trees. It's very, very critical. As a lot of you will know, what the country and really the world is going through is what we call climate change. So our climate has been impacted over a number of years because there's lots of pollution in the air, we've industrialized and so forth. So in planting trees, we're trying to refix and also to teach young people about the importance of soil, because if you lose your soil quality, we won't have food. We can't be able to have food security. So we've got a program under EPKP, what we call Bontle Gebot, which is about cleaning and greening. So in terms of greening, we're going to be planting lots of trees. We've got a 1 million trees campaign. Orange Farm, because you spoke, we've already planted 540 trees, but we certainly will be planting more. And I'm glad to hear there's huge interest there. And in the city of Johannesburg, as an example, we've already planted 36,189 trees. But like I say, we've got a 1 million target, which is quite big. So we have a lot of work that we need to cover. And it's important we do this because we know where the majority of people stay in what we call and characterize as TISH, your townships, informal settlements, and hostels. Our places are brown. Even when they do aerial pictures, you know, these pictures that they take from up in the air, it's brown. But if you compare it with what your suburbs are, they're leafy, they're green, and so forth. We need to make sure that those spatial disparities we're able to fix, so that what you're seeing on the one side, you must be able to see on the other. We know the history we come from as a country and how the majority of this country were placed within these areas that are not environmentally sustainable, are not conducive for healthcare and so forth and so forth. So we're trying to rectify that and fix that. That's why we're focusing in making sure that we're able to green a lot of our places, because we know what pollution is also there and so forth. But there's also the cleaning part. And we're very passionate about this one. Premier has spoken at length about it. HOD has indicated that we are finalizing our process of employing those 6,000 individuals to clean even our communities. But we were very specific. What we want Abantu that come from those wards to be the ones that clean. Because we can't create a culture where people make their communities dirty and then you expect people to come from outside and come clean for you. It can't be correct. So we need people that come from those communities to be the ones that clean and begin to create that culture of individuals appreciating what they must live in clean societies. But we're also bringing in another aspect to show individuals what we consider as litter or waste is wealth. Because that can be recycled, and we've got what we call a waste picker. Waste pickers, baphethe amatroli, bazifihla ubuso, ama-bra-glove. Those are people we call waste pickers. They pick up plastics, tins, and so forth and so forth. Those guys make between 2,000 to 7,000 a month. 2,000 to 7,000 a month. But you've got people that sit at home and will want to complain, but there's so much debt that is there. 2,000 to 7,000 is what they're earning. So waste is wealth. Because it means that instead of sitting at home and waiting on that 350 unemployment grant, you can begin to see waste as an opportunity that's there. And we want to open up this sector and begin to teach people about the different opportunities there's corner in what we call the waste economy. So we're going quite big on this program to make sure that we get our communities on board. And as we said, we're targeted. We want people that are coming from those communities. We'll be working together also with our government representatives, which are called your ward councillors, and the different other organizations that would be there. So that, one, we're able to ensure that there's food security for individuals, but two, that we live in environments that are clean, that are green, and we can make sure that we're all able to prosper. Because as the Bible teaches us, cleanliness is close to godliness. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you. Thank you very much, MEC, for clarifying all the areas, and I hope and I think ane lokweletse le State of the Province address Premier o di buletse dilo tse MEC ya buang ka tsona tsa climate change le gore it's here to stay bahaitso. So we have to have means of mitigating against the effects of climate change, as well as disasters in a large scale. So we need to really protect our environment and mitigate against the effects of climate change. And then I think MEC we touched the green technology and the issue of planting trees. The Premier emphasized it in his State of the Province address. So we hope that we will see an improvement in that regard, MEC. The issue of EPWP, I think I clarified stakeholders. That EPWP program, it's a poverty alleviation strategy. That's why he referred, HOD are referring to poor people, and it's mainly meant to address your environment where you are. Okay. So it's a poverty alleviation. It's dedicated to that, to take people who are poor out of poverty so that they can have something to put on the table. Okay, so we must understand it in that context, and if look corner, you can actually even do a research and read more about it so that I misinterpret and I misunderstand. Yeah? So on this note, I would want us to proceed to the next presentation, which is the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill, G004. So I don't know who's going to be making the presentation from the department. If we can get an indication, HOD, we are ready to take the presentation. Oh, I see the CFO is coming on. Welcome, CFO. And
did they put the slide, the presentation on?
just assist with the presentation, to flight it, so that stakeholders can follow and make notes so that they can make their inputs after the presentation.
This one. It's a PowerPoint. Yeah.
Okay, let's give them some time.
Okay. All right.
Sorry. Remember in the Harabula meeting, I said this is the legislature. This is a precinct of the legislature. We don't sing in the legislature. We don't do that. So let's observe the rules. No. Okay, no. It's not allowed. Maybe you can start in the meantime,
Can I?
because Ukaraba impatient. Just talk to each in the meantime, and then as soon as they connect, they can follow. We can all follow.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And okay, I think they got it. It's the one, right? Yes, correct. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning to yourself and members of the Portfolio Committee, MEC and HOD, management of the Department of Agriculture, and members of the public. They have already introduced myself. My name is Rulani Pelembe. I'm the new CFO. The HOD has already indicated that I joined the department from the 1st of February 2023. In terms of the presentation that I'll be making to yourself and members of the public, there is a table of content, maybe just to also indicate that some of the slides that are in this presentation, Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, they've already been spoken to by the Director responsible for management, financial management in the department. So in terms of the table of content is the departmental expenditure, as at the 23rd of February 2023, the mid-year adjustment budget, what we have collected in the department, I will be reporting on that as well in terms of our revenue collection, the GDARDE infrastructure projects, and then, yeah. Now, in terms of the departmental expenditure, you will recall, Chair, that the main appropriation that was allocated to the department was that 104,356 billion. And in terms of the programs, which we've got 3 programs in the department, which is administration, agriculture and rural development, and environmental affairs. Each program, in terms of the allocation at the beginning of the financial year for administration, which is program 1, was 262,654. Agriculture and rural development is 487 million. And the last program, which is environmental affairs, it's 292.3 million. So overall, what was appropriated to the department at the beginning of the financial year was that 104,356 billion. And during budget adjustment, then there was an increase in all of the 3 programs, and our budget then increased from the 1042 to 1.125 billion. So there was an increase of about 83.1 million. So in terms of what has been increased per program, for the 3 programs, which is program 1, 2, and 3, program 1, it increased after the budget adjustment from the 262 to 280. Program 2, which is agriculture and rural development, it increased from 487 to 498, almost $500 million. And then program 3, which is environmental affairs, it increased from 292.3 million to 345 million. So overall, of the increase for the 3 programs, it increased from that 1042 to 1.125 billion. And then the expenditure to date, Honorable Chair and members of the Portfolio Committee, Program 1, the expenditure to date as at the 23rd of February, Program 1 was sitting at 262.9 million.
Program 2, we're sitting at 319.3 million, and the last program is 284. Available budget per program, Program 1, we still have an available budget of 17.9 million. Program 2, we still have an available budget of 179.5 million. Environmental Affairs, which is the last program, we still have an available budget of 61 million. In terms of the percentage spent per program, the 3 programs, for Program 1, expenditure to date is 94%. Program 2, which is agriculture and rural development, the expenditure to date is sitting at 64%. Environmental Affairs, we are sitting at 82%. You will recall again when the director, Honorable Chair, when he presented our expenditure as at the end of the third quarter, he reported that the department was sitting at 61%. Year to date, as at the 23rd of February, the expenditure to date, as at the 23rd, is sitting at 77%. But what I've also requested the director to give me the exact expenditure year to date. There's just 1% from the 77%. We've moved from 77 to 78%. So that's where we are in terms of our expenditure to date for the department. That's a report again on the economic, on the expenditure at economic classification. I think the director has already reported on that, on those numbers in terms of our performance, and then I'll move to the next slide. In terms of the mid-year adjustment, I think I've already spoken to the 3 programs, Honorable Chair, that we've got those 3 programs there. And in terms of the main appropriation, is what I've already reported in the first slide of the 262.6 for administration, and the next program, which is Program 2, Agriculture and Rural Development, is 487.3 million. Environmental Affairs is the 292.3 million, and overall is the 1042 billion. After the budget adjustment, it increased to the 1.125 billion. So in terms of the amount that has increased or decreased per program, but there was no decrease per program, it was only increase. So for Program 1, which is administration, there was an increase of 7%. Agriculture and Rural Development, there was an increase of 2%. And Environmental Affairs, which is the last program, there was an increase of 18%. So overall, what has increased in terms of the number is that 83.1 million from the 1042 to the 1.125 billion. In terms of percentage, from where we were, what was appropriated to the department at the beginning of the financial year was the 8%, which has moved from the 1042 to the 1.125 billion. This is just an explanation in terms of the economic classification, in terms of the increase from the mid-year adjustment, Chairperson. This again is just the explanation of the mid-year adjustment in terms of the 3%, which was for the wage increase for COE, which is the 16.4 million. There was also the 1.5 notch progression, including senior management projection, which was the 3.8 million. And there was also a shortfall for critical posts on COE, which is compensation of employees, which was 19 million. And overall, it was that 39.2 million. This, again, Chairperson, was just explaining in terms of the programs within the department is that amount of 6.7 million for veterinary services, which includes adequate supplies of medicine and funds, which will be directed to the BKB, which the HOD and the colleagues have already spoken to, including the MEC. So overall, in terms of what has been requested as an increment is that the 1.7 million, which includes the BKB and other programs within the department. Now, in terms of the analysis for revenue collection, Chair and honorable members, our annual target for revenue collection, we set a target of 14.9 million. What we have collected to date is that 1.062 million. So we've collected more from what we have set ourselves as a target for revenue collection. And I think the director alluded the reasons of our over collection during this period. This again is just a breakdown of what we have collected under revenue collection chairperson, which the director has already given the reasons of our over collection. Thank you very much. That's my presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CFO, for the brief but detailed presentation. I think we must commend you on your revenue collection efforts, whereby you have surpassed your targets. And I think you touched on your year-to-date expenditure as 78% currently. But I see there is 258.5 million available in your funds. So I want to check with you, do you have a plan on how you are going to spend this money? Is this money that is left committed already? And if it has been committed, what has it been committed on? If you could just give us an assurance so that we know that by the end of the fourth quarter, you would have at least spent 98% or so of the budget. Thank you very much. I will now open for hands from members to interact with your presentation, and thereafter I will invite hands to interact with the presentation as well. Honorable Member Engelbrecht, I see your hand. Okay, you can go for it.
Chair, thank you. Just to the CFO, thank you for that presentation. Just in terms of your mid-year adjustment budget, you speak about the reprioritization and you speak about the 31.7 and the movement of the 25 million and the 6.7 million. If you just explain where it was reprioritized to. Was it a different line item or where did that 31.7 million go to? Thank you.
Okay. Any other member? Okay, we're all fine. All right, I'm going to take hands. I'll start that side, coming through this way. Please just interact with the presentation so that we get proper responses in terms of the appropriation bill and all the figures that the CFO has laid down. Okay, Mama, on the row number 1, just go closer to her. And then here, can I have a hand here in the second row? No hand. Third row? No hand. Fourth row? There's a hand at the back. Okay, before we go there, Mama. Okay, third row, Mama, you will talk. Not now, just number 3. And then Kamo, we've got number 4, my sister with the, yes, and then the other one at the back. So there will be 5. Again, 1, 2, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Kamo, there are 3, 4, 5. 5 with a green head, ne? 5, 6, 7, 8. In that order. Starting from that side.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. My name is Memorin Chisali from Zerbocom. I'm the first Gauteng female farmer. And I'm the founder of WAD. When WAD started, this lady was there. I just want to acknowledge this, what the department, the government has done for us farmers. Maybe some of us, we don't realize, especially when I heard the gentleman speaking about expansion. I'm coming from the Western farmers. The government has bought us some trucks for farmers as a secondary co-op. They also bought some tractors, which we are still having a problem, which I am not going to elaborate here. The nice part of it, of the tractors, it's going to help all the farmers for now from the West Rand. So we won't be struggling with markets, because I heard here they were talking about markets. So now farmers, if you've got your produce, especially under the vegetables, you're gonna bring them to us. We're gonna talk to you, because I'm one of the executive from West Rand Farmers Cooperative. I thank you.
Okay, let's move to the third row. Mama in the front, yes.
Dumelang badudi. Ke Ms. Joyce from Brandfisher. Nane ke kopa go tsa gore di EPWP di kgethetswe dipoleke tse di rileng na, because ko Brandfisher matlakala a tletse go fail ko Brandfisher ha rena bona batho ba ba cleanang, re na le dithotobolo tsa matlakala whereby re tshwenwa ke dintsi ka mo dintlong because of matlakala a tletseng ka montle. Bashimane ba itša mo strateng ha ba se nix, ha gona mosebetsi ba o etsang. So ne re kopa ho botsa hore ana di kgethetswe dipoleke tse di rileng whereby di se yo ko Brandfisher. Ke a leboga.
Okay, thank you. I think there was another hand at the back in the same row. Ne? Am I correct?
Sanbonan. My name is Harry from Muirlands, Harry Putuka. My question really is the disintegration with the department and institutions of higher learning. I mean, I hear here we're talking about stipends and all of these low quality jobs, and some of us are graduates in this particular spheres. But no budget is being allocated for us, and even at varsity levels, we hardly ever see resources coming from the department. So from the CEO, I want to know what is the plan, because we can't invest our lives trying to better our communities as graduates, and then we end up being unemployed. So what is the plan for us?
Okay. Mama.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank the legislature and Mama Nozizwe, always is the one who contact us to come here to listen from the legislature reports, and also us as the farmers to give back our report back to you guys. So ngiyabonga. Okokuqala mina ngiyabonga nje kuphela, sizobonga as our cooperative ngalo ugovernment asenzele kona projectini yethu as Umkariso Women in Water from Mamelodi, Etshwane, Mamelodi, Ward 16. Yes. So Umkariso Women in Water siyajabula, sizobonga kuphela ukuthi at least Department of GDART isiphethe kahle kakhulu, bayasimonitara, and okwesibili before end of last year bafikile bazodeliver equipment yokusebenza nge 16/11/22 basideliver ama gloves I-48, basideliver 6 brooms, imithanyelo i-6, And then nama plastic forks. Ne 50, nama 50 ways back. Bas deliver na 25 work suits. And then early this year, in 1901-23, yabuya futhi ijitart. Yazos deliver ngithi siqilile. So iyasiphendula. Thina esikhala sithi ama department akasebenzi. But this one, Department of Environment, ijitart, iyasebenza bakithi. And iya monitora. And iya deliver. So early this year, in 1901-23, babuyile bazosidelivela izihlahla eziyi-20 trees, right? 16 bokuyo ama-fruit, bokuyi 16 fruit trees, and then 4 shade trees. So siyabonga. Ningakhali kakhulu. Khona laba sebenza khona i-department, ama-department ayafika. Masabiza bayeza. Masingababizi abazilutho. Sikele nukublame sometimes. Sibongeni laba sebenze kahle khona. And then no. Sibonge laba sebenze kahle. Silwe laba ngasenzeli kahle. And then 2021, Agrisita has acknowledged us with the certificate, national certificate for plant production. And I'm so glad yesterday, was delivered yesterday's certificates, certificates wethu, bawa deliver ku admin yethu. So swaphethe ukuthi sizotshengisa ukuthi ugovernment wethu uyasebenza. That's why ngithi asimplement la angasebenzi kahle khona. La basebenza kahle sibabonge. So umkariso women in water thina siyabonga.
Okay, the next speaker.
Hello.
Okay, Bua Mama, I recognized you, yes.
Good morning to you all. I'm currently a student in agriculture and at Potchefstroom College of Agriculture. So we were listening to the financial speech, right? So I figured out that our department is making a loss with all these big figures, which are in related to expenditure. My question is there a strategy to alleviate the losses that we are currently facing in the Department of Agriculture itself currently? And also, if I were to come up with a strategy, one of the things that I feel that might work for the Department of Agriculture is if financial management is put in place, financial education is put in place to people who are designated to handle the funds. They need to be financially educated in order for us to alleviate the losses that we are currently facing. So with our farmers also, I feel like if they could also be introduced to financial education, then like that we could see a way forward in our Department of Agriculture, because at the end of the day, we need to eat as a country. By 2030, we need to implement the strategy of the National Development Plan, in which that in each and every household, at least there has to be a staple meal going forward. So I would also appreciate it if farmers in this room, we could come up with solutions instead of problems, just problems, just problems. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Siyabonga futhi kama usifiso wakhe.
Fiso, can you stand up, Arubo?
Siyabonga. HOD ngizwile in her presentation akhuluma ukuthi nge 15. That's where bayenza some market access. So I think that's a temporary solution. We need permanent solution. That thing of one day, basic hanjwa. Then we come on that day, we bring our things. Then what happens after that day? We need a permanent solution to market access. Number two, uye wangiphendula wathi mangibuza ukuthi how do they appoint for ama suppliers? How do they appoint their suppliers? Ushilo ukuthi you must go through the system of tender, what. So I think also that thing is causing a division because mando komba umuntu mhlambi we are in the same region. Komba lo according to the way ni apporta ngakhona. Mina was suggestion was why not ukuthi si tender a region, si tender ama region as compared to tendering a person. Why not maybe you tender a region? What if as small farmers we got our produce, we take that our produce to the whatever that place that is designated for the small farmers around that or that region. So that produce can be taken to those government institutions. Like tender the region as compared to tendering one person because that's on its own creates division.
It's okay, they will respond.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sanbonan.
Just introduce yourself, ne?
My name is
Sorry, man.
Nompumelelo Tlongwane from Region G, Vlakfontein Extension 3, Award 122. So besicela thina ukuthi engathi government angasibonela endabeni yokutshala yama-plot because kunama-plot esesawa identifier next to us eWalkerville by our own umuntu. So singaya kuphi for ukuthi sithole usizo. And bengicela futhi ukuraise i-issue yakabhuti makathi lapha yana fanele sisebenzisane namakhansela thini in our case Award 122 Award 120 asina khansela lapha ikhansela sinayo yes but eVlakfontein ayisisebenzeli because akayeze ebantwini nokuzothatha ikhalo zethu. So besicela ukubuza in that regards ukuthi ke senza kanjani as i-community yase Ward 120. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, I think there's the last one. At the back, right at the back. I'm not taking new hands, ne? I'm just taking the ones that I recognized. The last one at the back.
Good afternoon, I'm Brenda Marohanye from Citibank region. I just wanted to know about the environmental affairs. Just clarity on it for us in agriculture, that's on soapy areas and there's a lot of erosion. How do we fit on that? Because I think I called on the Department of Agriculture sometime to just come and help with big erosion with these many storms, and I was sent from pillow to post, and till today nobody has ever came out to help and see how we can mitigate it or just help with contouring and advice on that. So I would just like clarity on environmental. How do we as farmers fit in their budget, or is it agriculture that would help on that sector?
Okay, that concludes our questions. I'm going to invite the department to respond to all the questions. I don't know, CFO, if you also want to come on board, if there's anything, yeah, you can come closer so that you. Oh, okay, let's wait for the HOD first.
Thank you very much for the opportunity once more, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. Honorable Chairperson, it is worrying that at this point we're at 78% spending as a department, and I think CFO will speak a lot more about it. What CFO did not indicate is the fact that there are commitments, and I know that the Honorable Chairperson has asked about the number of commitments and what the commitments are on, and so the CFO will respond to that. The CFO will also respond to Member Engelbrecht. There's a question that Member Engelbrecht wanted you to explain. Memory Nchisale siyabonga. Kukhona ubaba la ethiwa uMutlatsho Makapi ngizocela ukuthi aphakame. Ubaba Mutlatsho Makapi Chief Director or responsible for agro processing. Kunabantu abaningi, a lot of our farmers, and it will be a pity that asbabiz ukuthi beze, because Untate Mutlatsho is doing a lot for ama farmers too in terms of agro processing. So I always make an example about some of the farmers abezayo departmentini umutathi kukhona abase Foslora sengibathandayo bathi sitshala ama peanuts. However, we don't end there because imali ayikho kwi primary production, imali kahle kahle kwi agro processing. So lama farmers bathi sitshala ama peanuts, but we take the peanuts and convert them into peanut butter. And that's what they sell. And Ubaba Mutlatsho is helping a number of those. Kukhona nabanye abase City of Joburg. Bachala kukhona this plant it's a very unusual one, so ngiyayikhohlwa igama layo, but icishe ifane nespinach. Bachala logo from la bechala khona behlala edrobheni eVanderbijlpark. And as you can imagine, the point to MEC made earlier ukuthi we don't necessarily have to have umhlaba for us to be able to plant. Singathatha ama tayera, singathatha ama cardbox, singathatha lama pyramid to MEC bekakhuluma ngawo. Abantu bayatshala emabhavini, ibhavendala, bafake umhlabathi batshale. So the time for us to be asking for land has come and gone. The truth is that in Gauteng, we do not have land. So if we are going to wait and ask for land, it's not going to happen because awukho umhlaba eGauteng. So whatever we can get, ama cardbox sikasaya eDevon le elisedi sathola omunye umama uthatha plastic la esiwabiza ngokuthi ama checkers and plants in those plastic. Abanye bathatha amasaka la beswasebenzisa dala sengi-expose AGM la ebeswasebenzisa ngiyakhumbula amasaka bese siyawawasha abemhlophe. She's taken those and uplantile, obviously kuzofanele ukuthi uhlabe imbobo so that kukwazi ukungena umoya, but there are so many things that we can use, so we don't have to wait for umhlaba. But the big point I was making is that Untate Mutlatsho Shisale, as you were saying, uthengela abantu ama-trucks. What he does is uthi, because asikwazi uthengela each and every person ama-truck or ama-tractors, what he does, he takes a number of farmers I think in a 10-kilometer radius, am I right, Ntate Mutlatsho? In a 10-kilometer radius, 30-kilometer radius. Siwahlanganise lawo farmers bese sithi kula farmers naku sinithengela i-truck noma sinithengela i-tractor bese niyabolekisana ngayo. Let me tell you what the other problem we have is. Ama farmers uma kethola i-tractor, if uSamu uye ogcine esebenzisa i-tractor mayiphukile iyahlala kwaSamu akayilungisi. And therefore, it's not going to go to other farmers. So you can't wait for a department, because a department, we do not have the resources, we can't be everywhere. Uma sinika i-tractor as ama-farmers, asithi ayi-20. Uma uyisebenzisa wena yaphuka, wena you've got irresponsibility yokuthi uyilungise so that izokwazi ukuya komunye umuntu. And that's the problem we have as a department. But we do aggregate ama-farmers, siwahlanganise sibathengele i-combined harvester, Mr. Madolo, sibathengele ama-4-row planters, sibathengele ama-truck, sibathengele ama-tractors. Khona manje, amongst other things, Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Madolo has ordered trucks for some farmers and tractors for some farmers. So they, and that's part of the commitments that CFO is going to be talking about. So, ukuthi siyacela ukuthi uma part of Leo syndicate yama tractors noma ama truck, if imoshakele, we do have an obligation ukuthi siyilungise. Joyce wase Fisher. Uyabuza ukuthi i-PWP is it for particular areas? And the answer is no. MEC nayo shilo ukuthi Premier has instructed us to go to townships, informal settlements, and hostels. So we're going to be going to as many of those as possible. Untatelo yiso, uyaye aqashe ama EPWP beneficiaries sishilo so that asize ngokclean. But I think the big point we want to make, ukuthi nathi sine responsibility yokwenza ukuthi la hlala khona bantu benkosi ucoceke. Singamela ugovernment ukuthi ugovernment uyo kufanele ukuthatha clean. Zikhona indawo esithi masiya kuzo uthole abantu ene sike saya kwenye indawo no Dr. Diatana ngeke ngizingisho ukuthi ayiphi indawo. Sa clean khona uma siclean sibhizi clean. So uthola ama diapers abantwana, uthola ama weaves, uthola nezinye izinto ezisabekayo. As we were cleaning, abanye bomama beza bendlula bathi you are just wasting your time because kusasa sizobuya sizolahlela khona la. Basho kanjalo ngemphathi bathi si create umsebenzi ngokuthi silahle udoti. But what about your cleanliness? What about your health? What about your pride as a human being? MEC was indicating ukuthi udoti is wealth. Our waste is gold. Kunokuthi sithathe izinto sizilahlele esigangeni the way we do and wait for government. Njengoba singasebenzi, if we could take even ama plastic aka Woolworths or aka Checkers, sithathe si separate I waste yethu. Singafaki yonke into endaweni eyi-1. So take your glasses, put them in a particular container, your plastics in a particular container. As I was saying, ukudla you take and put it in a particular container. Loko kudla uyatshala phakathi kwa wherever you are planting, and it becomes your manure, it becomes your fertilizer. So kunokuthi simele ugovernment ukuthi uzazoziklina nathi kufanele siqaleni bantu benkosi sizenzeleni. Niyamkhumbula vuka uzenzele. Kuyafanele yazi futhi makuyithi laba. Hayi angazi ukuthi kwenzakalani ngathi, but the big the response to what I was saying is that we don't choose particular areas. We will be going to all the areas. Henry or Uheri from Middlelands, uti there is no budget for our graduates, and what is the plan? So I will speak about agriculture in particular, but this happens in all other departments. So we've got EGCRA. It's a Gauteng City Region Academy. So EGCRA is a part of the education department, and that's where ama bursaries apuma khona. However, all departments do have bursaries. So nathi as ididarte, siyaye sikhiphe ama-application forms ukuthi abantu ba-apply, particularly people who are in our area of responsibility. So if you are in agriculture, you are in environment, rural development, veterinary services, and all of those, we do have application forms that we issue out every year so that people can apply. But engukelayo ukuthi abafuna uku-apply ababheke online, there is GCRA where you can apply. And I think with GCRA, it spans across all departments. And if siyakumbula, uPremier kwi State of the Province address, uye wa promise ukuthi labo abasebenze kahle, there is ama benefits abazowathola. Kukhona abantu abazothola ama bursaries, kukhona abantu abazothola ama laptops mahala.
But sorry,
siyabonga
HOD, sorry, before you proceed, I think Ubaba, there's something that you are missing about his question, because he was asking who PWP is covered. Mara, what about them as graduates? What opportunities are there? Yeah, agriculture for the graduates. Maybe if ungayidlulisa ke lapho.
Okay. Ubaba Buloyisuzo uphendula ngiyabonga honorable chairperson. Mama Kadiso siyabonga. Siyabonga kakhulu siyabonga ukuzwa ukuthi at least you are getting some assistance from ourselves. Siyabonga kakhulu. And then there's a student in agriculture who was asking if there's a strategy, I think particularly for financial management, and the response is that, and I think CFO will speak to that, our financial people get taken through a training, and Mr. Matolo will talk to that as well, because there's training. I think Mr. Matolo spends about 10 million per year taking farmers through all sorts of training, and I think Mr. Matolo will speak some more to that. Sfiso uqinisile mawuthi a permanent solution is required. And I was talking about Tuntate Makaibia, who's looking specifically on issues of market access. So I was really just making examples. These are the examples. But Untate Makaibia, mhlambe naye angeza azokhuluma about permanent solutions that we have as a department on issues of market access. And then on ECSD Akseye Agriculture, ECSD is a policy of a national treasury. So there's very little that we can do, Tina, as a department. In fact, there's very little, Tina, we can input changes, but honestly, there's very little we can do. However, I want to repeat to what we do is to bring farmers from a particular corridor together and try and assist them. One of the things that MEC has done now is MEC is saying to departments like health, education, correctional services and so on, that they should actually stop buying from Abantes Ngabazi, but they should actually be buying from farmers aid. So that process is a process which MEC is working on, and I'm sure very soon we'll be able to give you a report on that. And then Unompumelelo from Ward 120, we are also where to go for help. Plots which have been identified. Mr. Matolo, who's here, that's your go-to person. Brenda, I didn't really hear your question. I struggled with hearing your question, but I'll come to you, Brenda, so that we can assist. But if we can get the CFO to come and Tatema Kaipia to deal with the market access, and Uloyi to deal with our graduates. Thank you.
Okay, sorry, HOD. I did a mistake. There's a lady that I had recognized mara ka mo for opportunity ya ho bua. Ne ke kopa hore maybe a tlhahise question ya hae so that if you have to respond to it, you will do that. So let's give an opportunity out the question ya hae. And then if it's not you, then we will proceed as you suggested.
Dumelang. Nna ke Tora Mathebe, ke tswa ko Soshanguve Agri Park, le another farm ko Hammanskraal. I want to go back to the financials as ne ili yona ene kia ko yona. Because now, how kabala chelete ene babua ka yona mo, it's a lot of money, which is being spent. Let me go specifically to infrastructure. The department is putting a lot of infrastructure for the farmers that are not even serious about it. 1-2 years down the line, Vampile di tunnel, let's say 10, I'm not utilizing them. And then another farmer, oileng hore na batla ho di berekisa ane aka tswela pele ka tsona. Ha di kry. That's my one point. Guys, when we are given opportunity, are berekising and stop blaming the government. Ka dilo tse e leng hore ke blame ya rona. I can show you a lot of farms tse e leng hore they are being abandoned. Ha di sa tlhole di bereka with infrastructure e leng hore ke ya tšhelete ya godimo. When you go to that farm and say ke kopa ho e berekisa, they will tell you hore ke cooperative ya bo mamang ba gana ka yona, but ha e bereke. When it comes to, I wrote this one because it's related to money. In a one of the graduates. The graduates, guys, I'm not criticizing you, but labor banchi, and then a lot of you, labor to create miracle ko governmenting. As the graduates, why Lisa started the farms as well? Why halifeta ho graduator Lisa batho ba di farmer? All of you, you want to become officials in one government. How possible is that? It's not possible. Again, the government is spending chelete. Ke rata chelete too much. That's why we look at chelete. The government is spending chelete e employer batho ba re ke di graduates. When they get to the farms, they are saying bona city farm workers. They sit down the whole day from 8 o'clock ka 4 o'clock ba chaisa ba ya hae. Believe it or not, I fired them. Konna haba sa tlhole ba le teng. Because it's a waste of money ya government. That's why ho felletsa ho nna le tšhelete spendiwang e kana rona re sa e bone hore e ya ko kae. In my farm, you can't find those people. I can tell you about one guy who came to the Agri Park as a student. Ntla. I lost his number, but ke santsane ke batlana le yena. Ntla was the guy I identified from all the graduates, or this is a farmer. Not somebody who wants to work in the department. So guys, are taking responsibility le rona as the farmers. Hore, di graduates tse di tlang, e be batho ba ileng hore ba tla ba di farmara. Not for everybody utlo spend the shelter ya government ba batla ho ya ko di officing. Another thing, I identified some farms ko Hammanskraal. Those people ba tshwere tractor e leng hore ke ya government. Re a e berekisa, re te servisetsa yona, re iketsetsa everything mo yona. And we don't even ask permission from the government to say re batla ho fixa trekere. They are not even aware le hore trekere ya senya at some point. Bona ha batla ba kra trekere e bereke. E owniwa ke batho ba ba 30. The last time I checked, it was 30 people. So we are thankful for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Medora. Medora was one of the farmers that we met at HOD when we did our roadshow in December, and I must say she's doing very well. Congratulations and keep it up, Ausdor. Okay, you can respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Maybe let me start with your question that relates to whether we have commitments which will then lead us to spend what has been allocated to the department. Maybe let me just try and give you the breakdown in terms of our commitments. We have on under Program 1, which is our compensation for employees, an amount of 46.4 million, which will then push that expenditure under that program or item to around 94%. Under goods and services, which includes the conditional grant items or programs as well as equitable share, there's a commitment amount that is sitting in our commitment register of about 194 million. And then maybe just to explain a bit, Honorable Chair, with regards to what we have already reported to on our infrastructure spend. What was the projected expenditure for infrastructure spend for the current financial year was about 31 million. Expenditure to date is about 11 million. When we met with DBSA last week or the week before last, what they have presented to us was an additional expenditure of about 11-12 million, which will then push that year-to-date expenditure of about 11 million, 12 million to about 23-24 million. Much as they won't be able to spend what they projected to spend at year end, but they will be able to spend around 23-24 million during this financial year for infrastructure. And then, so in terms of what we are projecting to spend at year end, but again, let me just maybe put a caution that it obviously depends on their dependencies. One of them is we will be expecting the various service providers that have provided services to the department to submit their invoices by the 15th. So we have communicated with various chief end users in the department that cut-off date for submission of invoices so that province is the 24th of March. So it means budget adjustment of the 83.1 million, we should be sitting at around 99%. But that is dependent on whether the service provider, we were expected to plant about 100,000 trees. The report that was given by our director, M&E, for the quarter that ended on the 31st of December 2022, indicated that we have planted 27 trees. The number that was reported, it was for the quarter. The 31st of December is the 181 trees. So obviously there is an expenditure that is linked to that 131 trees that were planted at the end of the third quarter, which is the overall, the cumulative number of the 131. There was also a request to do BKB cleanup programs in all the 5 corridors, which also maybe I may not have the total expenditure for that particular program, but we have already done those cleanups in the 5 corridors. And also, which is the last one, Chairperson, the appointment of the 6,000 EPWP beneficiaries. Yes, much as we're not going to, the overall projected expenditure for the EPWP program is about 176 to 179 million. Obviously, we won't be spending that amount in this financial year because the intake, the recruitment has started. We are anticipating that the beneficiaries will start by the 15th of March. So maybe by the 31st of March, we should have spent some money on that 176 or so million that has been allocated for the program. So we will obviously report when the expenditure then happens in terms of paying the stipends to the 6,000 beneficiaries at year end. Thank you. I think maybe that Lois can add.
Thanks. I'm just going to request Timothy to request the CFO to share with you that part of the commitments so that we have it in black and white. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair Sanbonani. Just because the meeting is recorded, otherwise I would not correct the CFO. The 27 is 27,000 trees. Yes. So in the quarter, is correct. We planted, the target was 100,000. We only planted 27,000 in the quarter. However, in the year to date, we planted 131,000 trees. So I thought that correction. Then there was just a question on the Bramfisherville. Both MEC and HUD have spoken on the EPWP, and the chairperson assisted me as well when I was a bit struggling there. The point I think MEC has made is that uPremier uthe masifocus emikhukhwini, informal settlements, ekasi, township, nasema hostels, utish. That's a focus. Even nale 6,000 yama EPWP is a focuser like that. So is a focuser with 50 poorest wards, 26 priority townships, and 704 informal settlements. Okay, so you can see it's not a huge number per ward. But Bramfisherville, let me just answer that particular one here, Bramfisherville. I think Mama, sorry. We must also just understand that, of course, we umphakathi government, akaboni local government, akaboni province, akaboni national. Kahle kahle, i-service ye waste service, yo cleaner, it's a local service. Okay. But MC une duty as a minister we environment. Ukuthi xa i-waste isecane kwakho ngakwenza ugule. That's why HUD ethi masingaphonsi sithi sidala imisebenzi. Irongo lanto. Awuzi ukudala umsebenzi. Umasipala ukhona uzoclean. But ukuthi you are littering because you are udala umsebenzi, it's lanto irongo nje. Nomasipala it's difficult ukudilishana ne-illegal dumping. My e-waste is a phansi. It cost umasipala 7 times. Unoba xa ikwi-dustbin. So ngiyazi ekhona ke kwi-informal settlements iphinde be problem ama-dustbin. MEC uthe let's provide 50,000 yabona lama plastic heavy duty ones. La wathathayo kwi-informal settlements yowabeka kwi-skip bin, and then umasipala fike ayithathe lapho kwi-skip bin. But just Chair, so that we don't appear like we are appearing, I'll read the numbers just for Johannesburg on the 50 poorest wards. Ukuthi izawuhlulwa kanjani la ngizafunda nje Johannesburg kuphela ngoba isikhathi asikho ba ngizifunde zonke ezininzi. eTsebesong i-participants zizaba yi-30, eBramfisherville zizaba yi-30, eThulani extension 1 and 2 30, eLenasia South extension 1 to 4 and 7 30, eMarlboro extension 1 30. Ngaqhubeleka ngisifunde zonke. Kodwa nje sikutshoyo ukuthi onke the 50 poorest wards azawathola ama-participants i-PWP. And the 26 priority township azawathola. For example, masikhuluma ngeJohannesburg, on the priority township kuneZola, bese simentionile as an example. So onke khutsong yonke la list ya 26 priority township nazo izoclean. Okay. And then siye ke ngokwi informal settlements zininzi 704. So kahle nje yonke iGauteng izocleanwa, but uPremier uthe mas focus uthisha. Ngiyabonga.
Okay, thank you. Can we also request as the Portfolio Committee to share with us, to share with me the breakdown so that we know the priority awards and all that? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair, honorable members. On the issue, actually, because others, of course, they want to be employed, and if they want to be employed, we'll assist them. But if they want to be farmers, we will also assist them. We've got a number of examples, Chair, in the department already, or in the sector, Gauteng Department of Agriculture, some of the youth that are, so all I'm trying to say is we will look at this thing very carefully and make sure that government money is not actually wasted, because there are some other opportunities through our training programs for the youth. We've got a partnership with the Tshwane University of Technology. There's technology in as far as making sure that agriculture, we assist youth to take part in smart agriculture. There's drones that are used for spraying on farms, There's, other companies that are owned by youth. The pyramid that MEC was talking about, whereby you can grow vegetables in a small space is actually the IP, intellectual property, is by a youth guy. You can grow about 56 vegetables on this pyramid. And these are the technologies that are there. And those youth that don't want to be employed but want to be entrepreneurs, there's space for them. And I mean, through my colleague here behind me, the IP as well, through our RTDs, I'm sure we will be able to also take them through those. The issue around conservation agriculture, I think the lady at the back was talking about contours and so on. We do have a dedicated program on land care, whereby we're assisting farmers to make sure that, because it's a constitutional responsibility as well, that as we farm in a conventional manner, we must also take care of the environment. So there is that program called Land Care, where we make sure that, as she said, she needs contours and so on. So that, in terms of sustainable use of sustainable resource management, we provide those services to farmers. So yes, again, you can contact us directly. There is also a dedicated grant for land care. And if you want to talk about that, you can contact me. I had someone requesting my number, 083 415 2638. 083 415 2638. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair and members, thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Can we give the speaker a hearing, please?
All right, I am going to start. I thought I've greeted Chair, I've greeted members. Let me also greet MEC, HOD. Kidumedise, the farmers and members of the community, who are all here, and all the colleagues, officials. I thought I must first start by just adding my bit of input to the question that was raised by, I can't remember if Harry, on graduates, on youth, and just to speak to a program that we have been running as a department, specifically aimed at supporting innovative ideas that are coming from graduates. Agriculture, it's a value chain. Agriculture, agro-processing, it's a value chain. And there are many opportunities over and above just farming within the value chain. And as a department, as a province, we've been having programs that were meant to support innovative SMMEs, young graduates who can be able to provide services to either farmers or agro-processors within the value chain.
It started with the bursary program that the department had put in place. Retsebaka strategy sa province called Growing Gauteng Together. And Growing Gauteng Together has a number of sectors that it was promoting, economic sectors that it is promoting, sectors that are premised on technology, and sectors that are also premised on agriculture and agro-processing. So we have had a partnership with 5 universities, and my colleague just mentioned Tshwane University of Technology. We have had a partnership with UP, with VETS, with Valley University of Technology, on biotechnology, which covers both microbiology, agro-processing, the skills that we need for successful agro-processors. You need a microbiologist. If you produce a agro-processing product that are safe, that can be consumed, that can be accessed by the market. And we have a program that supports bursaries for graduates. We have more than 400 graduates that have been supported through that particular program. On Monday, we will be having a research symposium with those that are still doing research that are being supported through this kind of program with all these universities. The program also covers CSIR, it also covers Agricultural Research Council. And we will be meeting with the researchers that have been supported, and they will be giving us feedback across almost 40 projects that the department is financing. Projects where somebody comes with a new innovation around moringa juice as an example, and how to perfect that juice such that it's safe and is accepted by the market. Program on accessing markets. I'll talk a little bit more about accessing markets as well. So we will be getting feedback from all of those. And we've always invited farmers. There are obviously RSVPs that have to be made. And we'll still share the information for those that are able to come, so that you can get reports of the work that is being done with the universities that is supporting the youth that are still at universities, but also the youth that are running or that have started as SMMEs in that space, agriculture value chain. Innovative businesses, IT businesses that are marketing products. As one of the market channels, I will speak about that as well, because we've got 6 channels of markets that we are, that is a solution to the market access problem that we've spoken about. So we'll be having a wide range of all of that. I just want to then move to the program here. Sorry, before that, Renali incubation program. SMME incubation program. And this program is to support young SMMEs, whether they are in technology, whether they are in processing, particularly on the business side, and even on the technical side of what that business is doing. So Renali partnerships with 5 incubators, incubation program with 5 institutions. Some are I've mentioned CSIR. We've got a program with CSIR, and as I've indicated, giving an example of the product, to perfect the product, we've got that partnership that we can then, and which we are paying CSIR for them to be able to support. We've got a partnership with the Innovation Hub. The Innovation Hub, which is next to CSIR and University of Pretoria, in Pretoria. The Innovation Hub is running these programs, and we are then financing some SMMEs, their incubation program, through that program. And Renali partnership, we're working together with the River Sense. Some of you know the River Sense Hub. There are SMMEs that started producing in their own kitchens. Some moved to the garages, and then later on they move into an industrial park. So Innovation Hub, the River Sense Hub provides that industrial space, from small scale space to a much bigger space, both 50 square meters up to much bigger space, about 300 square meters, before one can move into what do you call it, a factory, a standalone factory that they own or are renting. So there is that support along, so that it supports the growth of the SMMEs throughout. And then the last partnership that we work with is through the Small Business Development CEDA technology platforms, CEDA technology platforms. So all those create an environment of supporting SMMEs. So just to say to the colleagues that are graduated and maybe you haven't got a job, but you've got an idea to start an enterprise, the environment is there we're there to support. We're there to support you through working together with these partners. We are there to support you and also then to facilitate market access, which is the point I want to talk to now. I've indicated already 6 channels to market access. And those channels, HOD did touch on the first one, aggregation scheme, which links to the contract. We often say it in the study groups, when you start planting, you must already know where you are going to sell. You must already know. So to create an environment that supports that aspect of where you're going to sell. Renally, this aggregation scheme program, which is aimed to support the farmer to be able to aggregate produce and then be supported logistics. We've spoken about the trucks and so on to get the market, to get the produce to the market incisable. Because I get the cost the charge transport and you can't take 5 cabbages to the market. It's not going to make economic sense at all. So to be able to cover all those costs, to make sure whatever economical, viable aggregation schemes. So we've got a program that we are working with private sector as well, including Harvest Fresh, including there's a program that has been started with PepsiCo, which my colleague and Tate Mado was working on, to enable contract farming. So supporting farmers who are planting, and then their produce is going to go to PepsiCo. PepsiCo owns bought one of our biggest companies, Pioneer. I forgot the name of that other company, but you can assist me later. So the other platform, on this aggregation scheme, we've got 5 commodities, priority commodities. So if we are talking eggs, the scheme that we have in the eggs, we are working with South African Poultry Association to set up an egg aggregation schemes. So small farmers who are producing eggs will be able to aggregate, bring their produce to that aggregation scheme, which is then contracted, working together with a established co-op that has been started by South African Poultry Association, be able to get the produce to these big retailers. So we are working in Mohale City. There's a warehouse where we are developing together with South African Poultry Association, a pack station, egg pack station. And those who are in that area, you will then be able to channel your eggs to that particular pack station, so that it then gets into these formal markets that are already partnering to this program. The other channel is on the channel of digital markets. We've spoken about IT as a sector, linking to that previous point about graduates that are in IT. There's a lot of IT that is required in agriculture and agro-processing space. And there are platforms, the apps, those who are selling on apps. So we are linking farmers to those that are selling on apps. We are sharing information of who's producing and where is the product. We've got Cooler app, we've got ASUS Farm. So those are some of the apps. And there's more need. There's more need for this platform, to be able to supply this particular platform. Because if they are not getting enough volumes, some of them we have seen that they then die down. So we are supporting that marketing channel. The third one is the wholesale market. wholesale, like the fresh produce market, Johannesburg fresh produce market, or Tshwane fresh produce market, where, again, we are linking with the market agents because those work through market agents. When you get there, you just don't arrive with your product. You arrive with the product and then we find a specific marketing agent. And we know that there's been problems where a lot of farmers have raised issues and concerns around marketing agents, issues about the products being excluded and so on. Compliance issues, exactly, thank you, compliance issues. So we've been addressing those. We, at the Thokoza Farmers Market, we had some members who started what is called Council for Black Market Agents. It's part of the agricultural market agents, which are governed by the legislation, Agricultural Produce Agents Act. So they've started that chapter, and they are very understanding of the challenges LRD farmers are experiencing, and we're working very hard to address those. And then the last two channels that I want to speak to, obviously there's the auction markets, but livestock in particular, there is auctions. And again, there's also challenges that I do experience there, but we do cover those. We do engage with them through the, like the NERPO, the Red Meat Organization, as well as the RPO, so that the issues that are raised are addressed. The last two channels that I want to speak to, government markets, government institutions. We're working on this as a program, and it creates opportunities. There's a mechanism where service providers are utilized, obviously, to purchase. So to make it easier to work with service providers, that's what we are addressing. We have a forum between ourselves as the department with the officials in other departments, social development, health, and education. And we're addressing those challenges, or how do we then enable, or even easier for those that are appointed to get produce from the farmers. One of the requirements that we are working on is having a live database, continuing to make sure that our database is live and it's able to service we are getting updates around produce. This week or this month, how much is available as far as a specific product is concerned. And then being able to share that with the service providers that are appointed by the respective departments to buy food for government institutions. The last channel has been spoken to, Kidi Farmers Markets. Another platform that we are then using, and MCS started this program where we are now going to townships, taking the same program, but we are also then looking at existing farmers markets to create that space as well, to create opportunity through that platform for farmers to be able to go and sell their produce. And we'll be engaging and inviting other farmers to come and display and sell their products. There are famous farmers markets like the Four Ways Farmers Markets, Four Ways Farmers Markets, which is situated at Gauteng. They host a lot of people. They provide a space for people to come and buy and relax and then be entertained there. So partnerships with those kind of farmers markets create another avenue for farmers to be able to sell their products. In a nutshell, those are the 6 channels of farmers which provides a solution to a lasting solution to the market access issue that was raised by FISO. I take it, Chair, you cover all the issues. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So
Thank you.
Yeah, Libito ke Motlatso Makaipea, and my number is 082 432 1493. 082 432 1493. Email motlatso.makea@gauteng.gov.za. Motlatso.makaipea@gauteng.gov.za. Ke a leboha.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Makapo, for the comprehensive response. It's actually a presentation on its own. It's very detailed, and I think you can share the 6 channels with the office there so that the portfolio committee is also aware of the channels that you spoke to. Yeah, we appreciate the information. Ke tlo kgopela tshwarelo baholo. Initially, ke itse re tlo fetsa and then go to lunch re tsamaye. But I realize gore it's not possible at this stage. And I'm informed gore lunch is ready. And akere wa tseba dintho tsa food poisoning, we don't want food to stay too long mo di burning and di tlo re bakela problem. So ke tlo kopa tswetswe gore re break now for lunch. And then we come back, we take the last 2 presentations because I don't want to rush this process. Ke ba re kaofela ha rona ha re tswa ka mo, we must leave we have benefited something from this gathering. It's just a talk show and it's a tick box exercise. We must have benefited. And then give department ample opportunity to respond to all the issues that we are going to come up, because I noticed but they could not engage with the presentations. So let's break for lunch. All the stakeholders, you can leave the room. Leoko Le Grant. There's somebody who will guide you to where you are going to have lunch. So when I look at my time, it's 13:40. So ke tlo kopa hore if possible, re bue ka 2:15. Ne? Ka 2:15. But ke kopa share di gadgets mo ntshena di gadgets tsela tse. Ke kopa le di ska tswa ka tsona di tswe ka monyango. Please ke iketsa boikopelo. Let's break for lunch and then we will come back here ka 2:15. And then rona re ya go petit. Yeah.
Let's go to Petit.
Kerba imelanyana kufukutse because ke thabo a la zo ka staro re ke sa ka yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Ke kopa re tse ditulo tsa rona, let's take our seats. We are starting. As teng in the room, o tla re thola ko pele. I want us to start. There's a lost and found the glasses, the reading glasses, but the Tosoko toilet. If you've lost glasses, just come to the front desk. Whoever lost the glasses, please pick them up. I want us to proceed. There's two presentations ne? So what I'm going to ask you is that we take the two presentations, one after the other, and then we engage after the two presentations because they are more or less also related, I'm sure, from the presentation and the two presentations, the questions would be common. So I'm going to request that we take both presentations. You can note whatever you want to ask from the first presentation, write it down on the side, and then after the second presentation, we'll give you an opportunity to engage. So let's say about 30 minutes of my time. You extended the time, so okay, that was on a lighter note. I'm going to request that we start. Whoever is the presenter for the next presentation, the adopted FIS topic emanating from the annual report process. Please take the podium and make the presentation, and immediately after that, it will be followed by the presentation on the responses emanating from the roadshow, and thereafter we will take discussions and questions. So HOD, I don't know who's going to be making the presentation. If you can just advise, we will appreciate. Thank you very much.
Mr. Matolo is going to do the presentation. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members. Good afternoon, MC. Good afternoon to all the colleagues. Mr. Matolo is going to be speaking about the commercialization progress report, which is an economic empowerment program. I think in terms of the introduction, Mr. Matolo is going to talk about the transformation of the agricultural sector, the fact that there's inequality to access, ownership, and control of resources, and that would talk to issues of land. Mr. Matolo, you can come. Production, capital, and markets, and Mr. Matolo will continue from here. Thank you.
Chair, apologies and honorable members. Nature was calling. Chair, I think I'll go straight to it. This issue about the commercialization of our farmers, specifically those, our farmers who are here, the previous disadvantaged farmers, is informed by the fact that there's inequality in the sector in terms of ownership and control of resources, the land, production, capital, markets, etc. So basically, this is what therefore informs that there must be this socio-economic transformation of the sector, so that our farmers can also contribute to food security, job creation, and ultimately economic growth. And of course, this has been informed as well from the State of the Nation address when President Ramaphosa addressed the country in the SONA 2019 and also subsequently in other SONA addresses. And therefore, this informed the fact that nationally, there must have been, at the end of this term, 2024, farmers who are actually commercial farmers, a total nationally of about 450 commercial farmers. And however, for the Gauteng province, therefore, if you look at the division of those numbers, 50 of those farmers, plus we added ourselves, 20 agro-entrepreneurs must come from this province. Oh, sorry. So I'm saying the national target is 450 commercial farmers by the end of the term 2024, and therefore the allocation for Gauteng is that we must have 50 black commercial farmers and 20 agro-entrepreneurs who will play a role within the commercial sector. And how we define our commercial farmers is in terms of this pyramid, because those farmers that are actually at a commercial level will be those farmers that actually with a turnover of R1 million and above, as you can see from the blue smallholder commercial farmers segment there upwards. And those that are subsistence farmers, those that are turning over less than 50,000 rands per annum will be those that will be categorized as subsistence. But we are more concerned with the commercialization program with the farmers that are turning over R1 million and above. And as indicated, we've got 5 commodities plus cannabis, your grains, maize, soya, etc., livestock, piggery, poultry, and horticulture. Then when it comes to those farmers that are farming with pigs, for an example, the minimum size for a farmer who's farming with pigs to be categorized as a commercial farmer, at least that farmer must have 250 sows. And so, however, this is a very small number in terms of the registered commercial farmers that are owning about 110,400 sows. And the scope of pork in the industry in South Africa is actually very, very small, as indicated. So the total number of small farmers is actually not known, who are actually commercial pig farmers, but estimated between 1.5 and 3,000. And so a total of these farmers actually own an estimation of about 116,000 sows. We have a database that has been developed also at national, the production database of farmers, which also informs these numbers. Now we've got what we call a farmer production database of all of our farmers. So there is clarity in terms of some of these farmers. And in terms of categorization, especially of the pig farmers, there's large scale, medium scale, and small scale. And this is also differentiated by the intensivity of or intensiveness of production of farmers. Those that are actually between 600 to 5,000 sows, those will be large scale commercial farmers. And most of our farmers who are at a commercial pig level are actually between that 250 to 600 sows. However, one of the most important issues around the pig farming is about biosecurity. Pig farmers must comply to the biosecurity issues, which is actually informed by what is called the Pork 360 certification, which is a SAPO quality standard. And that is what is called the Pork 360. All farmers that are actually in the commercial space must actually comply to the fact that the buildings that they actually are using, the structures to rear their pigs, must be according to the industry standards. The consumables, the supplies, and so on that they use to feed the pigs as well must actually, according to the industry, even the workers that are actually working there, proper PPE that they must wear. There must be, there's another farmer chair, Mr. Is in the West Rand, and also Anaposa, actually our big commercial farmers, Bukhatsu. He made president to actually go into the shower before going into his operations. That's how serious biosecurity is, because he is selling to places like, they're selling to Pick and Pay, places like Enterprise and so on. So if they don't comply, even with the record keeping of who goes into that facility and goes out, if it's not kept properly, that means come audit of the facility. If they don't comply, my colleague is here, Dr. D, will confirm that if they don't comply and there's a disease that is picked up, they're out of business. So that's how serious this issue of biosecurity is. Okay, now, in as far as the farmers in the piggery value chain that we are actually supporting, I'm not going to go to all of them, Chair. In terms of the production status of these farmers that are actually identified, for an example, those are the names that are indicated there as indicated. Ntabukhatsu, Dreamland, which is Anaposa, Memulungu, Tamareta. These are all the capacities at which they operate. And these are actually our black commercial pig farmers. And they are actually at different levels. They've got their estimated gross incomes and also have got various markets that are actually selling in. And as you can see with their turnovers, given the pyramid that I presented, that they are actually turning over more than 1 million. Hence, they are categorized as commercial pig farmers. These are some of the other farmers. Bome Palisan Cholo, Betty Nyambi, Prijonet, Tate Murak. And then, now, when it comes to their production as individual farmers and what they contribute to job creation, training that is actually needed, and actually compliance to EIA issues, whether we did business plans for them, and whether they do have the basic infrastructure, water, electricity, and complying to biosecurity. Those are the indications there because, again, as commercial farmers, they needed to comply to certain levels of production, which is what we've just shown there. Now, they are also faced with challenges because they are black commercial pig farmers. And however, so some of these challenges, as we I think all know, the feed costs are high in this sector. And some of them also lack transportation. And we've also therefore made some intervention measures whereby we've procured some of these production input support to make sure that they are able to produce. For an example, procurement of the platform scales for the weighing of their pigs, the procurement of feed to assist them. We've just distributed now also to some of the farmers a number of feeds so that they are able to complement their production given also the energy crisis. Yes, so I'm not going to go through all of these, Chair, but safe to say they are faced with all these challenges, high feed costs, the issues around the requisite infrastructure on the farm, and the issues of compliance to biosecurity. These are some of the support that we provided. We've chosen here just 8 farmers. The total of the farmers is 50, plus on the value chain is 20 of them. And this is where, for example, Dreamland of Mayor Anaposa, who was also honored by the then Minister of Agriculture and President Ramaphosa. And we've got Ntabukhatsu, and as you can see, there are turnovers there. They are, more than 1 million. We've also supported them with the requisite on-farm equipment, like the tractors that we've provided them with. all our commercial farmers, may it be in the piggery, poultry that we are going to go to, we've bought each and every one of those farmers' tractors, as indicated there. So I'm not going to go through all of them, but just to showcase that that is what we've done for them in order to make sure that we support them. And some of the issues that we also support them with, we also have what is called commodity value chains in partnership with the IPS unit, which is agro-processing, whereby we're making sure that, for example, if they don't have weighing scales, if they don't have silos for their pigs, if they don't have the requisite transportation for their pigs, we also procure these for them to make sure that they play in the commercial space. These are just issues about operations. If you go to the grain value chain, the same there. We've got farmers that we've also identified as grain farmers who are actually operating because when it comes to grains, at least a minimum farm size of 100 hectares under dry land for commercial grain production is recommended. Mr. Makaipia mentioned here earlier on the fact that we've got a partnership already with PepsiCo, and their requirement is the same, 100 hectares under dry land, and then you'll be part and parcel of the commercial sector. And of course, you must also have the requisite agricultural implements and the tractors that are required to make sure that you don't have to go and borrow from Tate Mukwana next door whilst they're a commercial farm. But however, these grain farmers require a number of other things like cultivators, planters, boom sprayers, harvesters, trailers, and so on. Storage facilities on their farms, and also the requisite agro-logistics as indicated to be able to move their grains from the farms to the market. You'd note that, Chair, when it comes to this sector, our farmers have got a challenge that when they harvest, because they don't have the requisite storage facilities, they've got to sell immediately after they've harvested. And that brings the price down. Because at that point in time, there's a lot of farmers who are in the market and the price goes down. But if they've got the requisite storage facilities, they're able to store their maize and sell the maize as and when price prefers them. So that is what we are supporting them with, storage facilities as well. And our plans going forward is that in each and every corridor, Sidibeng, Swane, Ekurhuleni, and West Rand, we aggregate some of the equipment and storage facilities for them so that they are then able to go and store in that silo, go and market utilizing the trucks and also harvest utilizing the combine harvesters that we've bought for them. Because combine harvesters are very expensive and therefore we can't afford to give each and every farmer a combine harvester. So they've got what is called, through the agricultural production support units, combine harvesters that are localized in those corridors. Now, this is the differentiation as well in terms of who is a subsistence farmer in the green industry, who is a smallholder, who is a commercial farmer. And they must be producing, along those tonnages. The farmers that we are presently working with, are indicated there. Knockout Trading, which has got 325 hectares. King's Farm, which has got a size of 589 hectares. Mukoka's Farm, Maria Mlungu, and of course, in their own operations, they also create those jobs, and we also assist them with training through ARC, Grain SA, as they also attend study groups with Grain South Africa. And of course, I think this issue about business plans, maybe let me just spend a minute on it. When we advertised for the commercial farming program, we had a criteria that these farmers must actually be compliant to the commercial industry norms and standards. And then thereafter, after the evaluation, which was constituted of other people from the industry, ARC, the Land Bank, etc., and ourselves, we evaluated and then came up with this list that I'm talking to. All these farmers came through that process. And our agricultural economics unit then developed these business plans for them, because for a hectare of maize, we do know how much one must apply in terms of fertilizer, how much one needs in terms of the seeds, how much one needs in terms of the chemicals, etc. So the business plan, which we and the gross margin budgets were then developed to make sure that these actually inform these farmers that we've actually created. The basic infrastructure that they've got, because you need to have fencing, in some of the farms, you need to make sure that, for example, your tractors don't just stay outside, they're actually under the shed and so on and so on. And you must have some of the implements. Okay, so these are then the commercial grain farmers that we are talking about, Bosamotefu, King's Farm, Mokoka. I talked to them. And actually some of these farmers, 7 of them, all over the province, are ones that actually now have signed, actually on the verge of signing with PepsiCo for this production season, so that they're able to supply PepsiCo with the grains which is processed into, the Doritos chips and so on. And some of them also the potatoes which will be processed into chips and so on. So these are the farmers that we are talking about, because when we're talking about commercialization, market access is very important. I'm not going to talk to all of this, because this is actually the support provided to all of these farmers, because we've got to give them the requisite fertilizers, as indicated there, the implements, etc. So, and those are the total amounts that actually talk to this support that we've provided. Again, this is just a list of these beneficiaries in as far as the grain industry is concerned. Okay, I'm going to skip this and also go to the horticulture value chain, which is basically your fruit and vegetables. In this one, of course, as the province, we are not very big. We can't compete with Western Cape or even Mpumalanga in terms of fruit production. But there are some pockets within the province whereby some people can do fruit production. For example, in Tshwane, there is a Winterfeld citrus project there. Big one. When Tate Mtswenyane were involved in this project, it was employing people, and it's one of the projects that we're actually looking at in making sure that when we talk about job creation and commercialization of farmers, even if it's at a community level, it can be done. So we also do vegetable production in as far as these farmers are concerned. And of course, in as far as the value chain, we need to provide inputs so that they are able to participate in the market. And as indicated, downstream the value chain, this is where the MICIP come in, but we also work together to make sure that these farmers actually have got access to the requisite support. Now, okay, in Gauteng, the horticultural commodities that are produced here are indicated there: fruits, flowers, etc. And actually, there's different types of vegetables as well that are produced. And as I indicated, fruit production is very, very limited, does not compare to other provinces. But intensive vegetable production in Gauteng is happening under hydroponic tunnels, and we are also doing this because you can also be a commercial vegetable farmer even in this space where we are in, depending on the technology you are using. So that's the distribution in terms of what's produced in percentage-wise within the province. And the plans that we had actually then in as far as some of these farmers that are involved in horticulture production, so that out of the 50, 12 farmers by 2024 within the horticulture sector, or vegetables specifically, must be commercial farms. Okay, and these are some of the farmers that we're talking about. Tao Fresh, Eric Mawane in the West Rand. We've supported them with tractors as well and implements. They are, for an example, Eric Mawani is exporting, I think, to Netherlands some of his vegetables, and through our support, because the issue around the requisite infrastructure that you need to have in vegetable production, from production, the good agricultural practice, what fertilizer you apply, what chemical you apply, the storage of those, compliance to food safety, the pack house that you must build, which must be according to HACCP, etc. These are important. So, Eric, through the support of PPCB, the Perishable Products Export Control Board, which has got a partnership with us, we're able to be assisted to be compliant to the industry standards. So we've got also aggregation centers, and actually some of the farmers, whereby like Eric and Tao Fresh, we bought them refrigerated trucks so that when they transport their vegetables from their farms to the market, they actually reach the market in the desired state. And also have 7 agri-parks, actually it's 8 now in the Makaipia or more. We're working towards 9, but whereby there's also aggregation of the vegetables, across the province, and then we assist them so that they're able to sell to the market. As indicated, we had plans as well for Winterveld, which we still need to make sure that it takes off, because the citrus production in terms of potential. Livestock, which is red meat, this is basically cattle. We've identified those farmers as well. Some of these farmers, they're already somewhere there. This is Alop, Smara, Primrose, Makato, Tepsin, Swane. These are some of the farmers that are really operating at a commercial level with the support that we've initiated them with. Sinahomo farming, Bagwashabedi, one. Because it's also important, because it's not only about cattle. We are also having plans of supporting farmers that are also farming with sheep and goats, so that in the areas where they are, who are able, for an example, to set up a feed lot for them. Because we don't have much land as Gauteng. And one of the plans that we've been discussing with Dr. Dietana and Mr. Makapi is the fact that, for example, even in the townships, talking about this commercialization program, you look at your West Rand, you look at your Sidibeng areas, you look at your Grulen. There are farmers in the township fringes that are actually having crossed there. Not properly organized, but with our interventions that we've got, we are also going to make sure that these are organized such that they are part and parcel of the livestock value chain. In terms of poultry, as well as indicated, some of these poultry farmers will bought them refrigerated trucks, because poultry farmers are into eggs and also broilers. The gentleman in the middle there is also one of our flagship commercial poultry farm that we've supported from infancy until where he is today. And this is one of the largest segment of South African agriculture sector, that is the poultry industry, as it contributes more than 16% to the GDP, and it provides a lot of employment to people. Now, this is also, Chair, the farmers. The gentleman was talking about Petuho project, Lebu Mukwene, fairly young in terms of age, and he's actually pushing, I think it's hundreds of thousands now, with the partnership that he's got with Poultry SA. But he started with us. Tabo Ramapala, Terence Kumalo, and all of those, we are also providing them with the quantities of feeds as indicated there, and they are definitely, some of them, as I say, for an example, Petuho, already commercial poultry farmers with the partnership with the Poultry SA, South African Poultry Association. And those are some of the other farmers that we're supporting to commercialize within this sector. These are the ones in the layer basically dealing with layers. But one of the things that we've even started even before, please don't mind the red part there, it was just a reminder, which was done in 2019. We are actually providing them also with generators so that they complement the issue of electricity. And we've been doing this even before this crisis was actually declared a disaster, because farmers need to make sure that they actually produce at a commercial level. And if they have to, do that with this energy crisis, electricity is key in poultry. So if they don't have energy, we'll have problems. But yeah, we are supporting them. And I think in conclusion here, this is a process, but not a once-off activity. Because as indicated, some of these farmers, we've started with them in 2017, 18, 19, and so on, and the program is going to end in 2024 financial year. And therefore, we are hoping that these farmers at the end of the term will then also be counted in terms of commercial black farmers that are actually contributing to the economy of the country in terms of the GDP contribution. Because at this point in time, it's less than 0.1%. So we're hoping that there will be jobs created, more than 15,000 jobs, and more jobs will therefore be created downstream the value chain, because, if you've got abattoirs, if you've got pack houses, and fresh produce markets, milling plants, and so on, more jobs are actually created along the value chain. Hence, we are saying, and also through exports, that when this is fully established, we hope that will contribute to job creation, etc. Partnerships with private sector is also important, and other government departments. We are also working with the retailers, food processing companies, as mentioned, the commodity organizations, established ones under Agri-SA as we speak, the development finance institutions, your DTI also, and also the National Department of Agriculture, because when it comes to the requisite infrastructure also in the various areas that we're talking about, Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development at National is also very important, as they've got funding through their Rural Infrastructure Division to support us. And most importantly, ourselves within the department, we are definitely obliged that we must work together to make sure that we support the farmers with the requisite on- and on-farm infrastructure and production inputs, so that as indicated as well, in those farmer production support units, that is where we need to aggregate these harvesters, combined harvesters, the green trucks for them, so that they are able to participate fully. But also the maintenance of the farming equipment within the mechanization centers or FPSUs, farmer production centers, can also create jobs for our youth. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Chair, sorry, just to indicate that where we are standing now, just to close this matter about the commercial farmers, we now have about 29 of these farmers across all this value chain we're actually defining them according to a pyramid, turning over more than 1 million as smallholder commercial farmers, 29 out of the 50, of which the balance will be by the end of the financial year 2024. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the extensive presentation. We really appreciate it, because this is our focused intervention studies. And as part of the list that you provided to us on the commercial farmers and agro-processors, we have actually, as a portfolio committee, picked 2 from each sector, which we would want to visit, to do a site visit on. And I think you've mentioned the issues of the biosecurity. So we would want maybe in the responses, when we come to the responses part, maybe to get clarity maybe from yourself or from the vet, just to give us measures, the biosecurity measures, so that we don't pose a hazard at the two farms. I'm sure you can get into details with Bongani. Bongani will give you the specific farms that we have picked for site visits, so that we know exactly what is expected of us before we go or as we go on site. And I think the other issue that you responded to, which I had concern with, was when you commercialize these farmers and they are at the point where they are making a huge income. I was going to ask, now their income, is there a percentage from their income which is expected, or they must plow back into their own businesses, or is it just a free-for-all? But I think you've responded to say the program is ending at 2024, the support program. But if you've got something to say when we get to that point, you can just explain so that we understand, are they sustainable now? Throughout the huge support that they got, when they are making lots of profit, how do they feed back into their businesses over and above the fact that they're creating employment? Yeah, I think let's take the next item, and then we will come to responses afterwards. HOD.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, MEC. I am going to be responding to the questions which were posed to ourselves by the Portfolio Committee on the FIS itself. Some of the questions, Honorable Chairperson, have been responded to by the presentation. So I will just, because it's a lot of them, so I'll just go over the questions. So in terms of the questions, we were asked to provide the Portfolio Committee with a list, location, and contact details of all the 50 farmers that have been identified for development towards commercialization. We have submitted the list to the Legislature as Annexure A. The second question would be for us to provide background information for each of the 50 farmers. We've done that, Honorable Chairperson and members. Suffice to say that through our agricultural development programs, we do provide support in the form of extension and advisory services, technical expertise, training and capacity building, on-farm infrastructure development, provision of production inputs, but we also, as indicated, give or provide support in terms of market access and linkages. Our commodities that are being commercialized are livestock production, and that talks to poultry, piggery, and cattle, and also grain crop, which is maize and sunflower. We also have horticulture production, which talks to vegetables and fruit, and also cannabis. The third question has asked us to provide the Portfolio Committee with a list, location, and contact details of our 20 agro-processors, which we have, Honorable Chairperson. Question 4 wants us to provide background, which we have, and we've submitted that as our Annexure B. Question 5, the Portfolio Committee is asking that we provide the Portfolio Committee with the approved commercialization strategy. We've provided that as Annexure C. Quarter 3 analysis of the GDA report. The first question in that section under administration is, what is the position in relation to the restructuring process that GDA has embarked upon in the last financial year? We do indicate that the structure has not yet been approved by the executive authority. However, processes have been put in place to take this process forward, and that would include sufficient consultation with key stakeholders, and there also will be incorporation of the comments by DPSA and the Office of the Premier. The next question relates to the resignation of both the CFO as well as the Director of SCM in August and September 2022. the Portfolio Committee is indicating its concern in that regard. And our response, Honorable Chairperson, is that the resignation of the CFO was based on him having to leave to be with his family. However, as indicated, we already have a CFO as of the 1st of February. In terms of the director SCM, she got a post at National Treasury due to the scope of work that, in her view, would enhance her career. We did try to counter-offer her, but she was not accepting of our counter-offer. In terms of the departmental capital projects, the question is, could GDAT indicate where the various biogas projects are located, as well as show the ones that have been completed? Our response is that research on 2 farms was carried out on possible biogas production in Onderstepoort in Pretoria and Blackspoorfontein in Vanderbijlpark. The research has been completed. However, the closure report is still being drafted, and we indicate that this is the initial document which is yet to be refined and analyzed. The next question deals with whether there's been cost-benefit analysis done for the projects and what were the findings. And we indicate that, as we said, this is an initial document which is still being refined, so no further work has been done in this regard. The Portfolio Committee, which is the next question, is worried about how long some of the capital projects under construction have gone without completion. Is GDAT satisfied with the delivery on contractual obligations it has with the implementing agent? We indicate, as we indicated before, that we're not satisfied with the progress. Most of the infrastructure projects which are implemented through DBSA has led DBSA to appointing professional service providers to undertake detailed assessment of the project. There's been a challenge, Honorable Chairperson, with some of the costings of the PSPs, which costings are higher than estimates in the project implementation report, and this might be a result of the fact that those estimates were done a while ago. For the projects that require maintenance, DBSA will appoint contractors on a turnkey contract so that implementation is expedited. Question 6 asks whether GDAT could provide the Portfolio Committee with a proper breakdown of the capital projects we are involved in, and we have provided that list, Honorable Chairperson, to the Legislature. Under sustainable resource management, the question is, GDAT could not utilize conditional grant funds for green jobs due to delays in service layer contract agreement. Why was this agreement not secured timeously? And our response is that we had a challenge in gathering field data and analyzing that data, as a result of which this became a great challenge for the land care unit in particular. However, this is a matter that is going to be dealt with on time so that it doesn't pose a challenge again. The next question says, given the recorded conditional grant delays experienced in the previous financial year as a result of late disbursement of conditional grants by the National Department, what did GDAT's own risk assessment reveal? And our response is that the root cause of the delays of the disbursement of funds is the late processing and sitting of the approval committees that approve provincial business plan. We also indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that our proposal to the National Department is that the approval committees should actually sit in the third quarter, so that should there be anything that needs to be amended or rectified, we are able to do that in the last quarter and be able to start spending in the first quarter. The next question says, we managed to establish 3 infrastructure project in the quarter under review, what specific infrastructure are those and where were they established? So we indicate that the 3 infrastructures were shade nets, and those were EduTech in the city of Tshwane in Silverton at a cost of 54,000 rand. The next one was Matsidiso LSN, which is in Sakane in Ekurhuleni at a cost of 55,658. And the last one was Sozizwe School Project, which was also in the city of Ekurhuleni at a cost of 75,732. In terms of the agricultural producer support and development, GDAT had to request SCM to re-advertise specifications for a contract for the delivery of breeding stock for small animals after 2 contractors reneged on the agreement, citing reasons that relate to undercoating. And the question there too is whether the specifications in the initial contract mentioned payment for the services that were sought, and we indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that yes, we did, and that when payment was supposed to be effected, the service providers cited reasons of price escalation, and at that point, there was nothing we could do about it. Question 11 asks, how does GDAT plan on avoiding a repeat of this nature in the future? And we indicate that through supply chain management, but also through our GPT, we are conducting workshops with potential service providers, and was assisting them to put together quotations so that their proposals are based on current market trends and possible price hikes. The next question asks if GDAT could provide the Portfolio Committee with a report on all various projects which the Portfolio Committee visited during December of 2022. The Portfolio Committee also wants to know what interventions between then and now has the department made to address the various deficiencies. And our response, Honorable Chairperson, is that with the Mirafong Soshanguve Agri-Park, there still is a very big challenge of the title deed. Honorable Chairperson will remember that they indicated that the title deed had been lost and that they were busy applying for the title deed through the title deed office, but that process for some reason was taking too long. And because of that, there is nothing at this point that we can do because the land is not in our name, it's not even in the municipality's name. So we are unable to invest our funding in that agri-park. In terms of the Soshanguve and Rooival agri-parks, we found that the cold rooms were not functional. Procurement of servicing the cold room is underway, and this will be finalized under this financial year. We also find that some of the tunnels were damaged. The submission to repair those tunnels has also been approved and is awaiting a purchase order. The Portfolio Committee also conducted road shows between the 12th and 14th of December in various agricultural projects. The one Pahlane Project Farmer in Rastdivender, the project was not visited due to rainy conditions at the time because the farm was not accessible. The Broncos Sprayed Farm, Ms. Maria Mashiku had a very big challenge with the equipping of a borehole with solar panel. We are glad, Honorable Chairperson, to indicate that a service provider was appointed. The water tanks, water reticulation pipes and pump are in the process of being installed. The Springs Farming Cooperatives, Mke and Sons, this was about the repairing of the fence, and there was some encroaching by 4 meters. And we're indicating that that project has been completed on the 17th of January. It really is just waiting the final completion certificate. In terms of the veterinary services, Dr. Gatana, the question is, could GDAT give a brief overview of the status of foot and mouth disease in the province following the outbreaks that were reported on in the recent past. It's a very long response, Honorable Chairperson, but it's important that I go through it. Foot and mouth disease outbreak was reported on the 1st of August 2022 when cattle in the beef core feedlot on the farm called Boschkop 543JR in the city of Tshwane tested positive for the foot and mouth disease virus. The feedlot has a population of about 30,000 cattle. The farm was placed under written quarantine on the 1st of August 2022, and biosecurity measures on movement of feed trucks on and off the farm. 2 surveillance zones were set up around the feedlot. The first surveillance zone consisted of the inner 6 kilometers around the feedlot due to the size of the backgrounding farms belonging to the feedlot. All farms in the first surveillance zone were inspected on a weekly basis. During the first week of inspections, 2 further farms were identified with this virus, and another week later, a 4th farm was also identified. These farms are all direct neighbors to the feedlot. In the second surveillance zone, which consisted of the outer 4 kilometers of the 10-kilometer surveillance zone around the index farm, inspections were conducted every second week. These surveillance inspections are still being done as we speak. Vaccination of all the feedlot cattle started on the 18th of August 2022, and all the vaccination processes were concluded by the 29th of September 2022. And this includes the cattle on the backgrounding farms, which were all brought into the feedlot. Feedlot cattle were only vaccinated once, and the total number of cattle vaccinated in the feedlot came to 28,704. Cattle on the 3 neighboring farms were vaccinated twice, as some of these animals are stud animals and not intended for slaughter. A total of 284 animals on the 3 neighboring farms were vaccinated. Slaughtering of cattle in the feedlot started on the 25th of October 2022, and to date, a total of 10,297 cattle have been slaughtered. No further infection has been detected, and the goal is to empty the feedlot of vaccinated cattle before the end of April 2023. There's a map here, Honorable Chairperson, that shows the location of the outbreak itself. The next question is about the African swine fever outbreak, which was reported by farmers on the 30th of January on a commercial farm in Gauteng. And the question is, was the outbreak contained? And the response is that a diagnosis of African swine fever was made on the 17th of January 2023 in a commercial piggery situated on the farm Vetfontein 262 IQ in the Randfontein area. The compartment housed 8,628 pigs. The farm was therefore placed under quarantine on the 18th of January. The farm then applied to the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development for permission to cull and start with salvage slaughter. Fortunately, no spread to neighboring farms has occurred. But this was not the first time, Honorable Chairperson. This outbreak happened also in 2020, where close to 10,000 farms were affected and the farm was depopulated. The next question is on research and technology. GDAT has to be commended for exceeding the target for a number of hectares worked by GDAT tractors, which was set at 1,000 for the quarter, but GDAT achieved 1,693 hectares. Question 15 is about climate change, which we are faced with, and projections have already been made for Gauteng, which will be characterized by, among others, intense rain. And the question is, what adaptation and mitigation strategies is GDAT employing for farmers? And our response is that the Directorate of Research and Technology Development Services, which has a responsibility to coordinate progress on provinces' water use efficiency and irrigation development trains farmers who produce vegetable and who practice sprinkler and drip irrigation on water-saving technologies. The training covers theory, introduction to irrigation, drip irrigation, and etc. In addition, through the research agenda program of RTDS, we have implemented the following research projects to address particularly climate change issues. The one is on dietary inclusion of leukemia, leukocephala, as a climate-smart agricultural strategy to reduce methane emissions in beef cattle. The next research agenda was on harnessing cost-effective genomic technologies for cattle genetic improvement and the implementation of the integrated advisory services. The third research agenda was on GDAT commissioning demonstration trials on soybean and maize cultivars, which are drought tolerant. The next research was on adoption of the vertical growing chamber system, which is being piloted at the Rand West Agri Park. The next research was on bladder reservoirs technology. This is a very big package where water is put in, and this is really to ensure that when there's a water drought, particularly in our agri parks, the water shortage is being mitigated. And those bladder reservoirs have got a 200,000 liter capacity of water. Question 16 asks us to provide the Portfolio Committee with a brief report on how load shedding has impacted farmers in the province and whether there have been any complaints or claims that have been lodged against GDAT. And our response is that indeed load shedding has a negative impact on farmers nationally and also in Gauteng. However, we have not made any assessment of the impact. We are also not aware of any claims against GDAT in this regard. We have supported 15 agribusinesses, SMEs with business incubation through the Vaal University of Technology and also CSIR. We also want to indicate that we are part of the Energy Expo of the province, but also DALT has an Energy Expo that we are also part of, and we have started with negotiations with, amongst others, ESCOM, to see how we can assist our farmers. The next question asks if we could provide the Portfolio Committee with names and contact details of the beneficiaries of each of the 15 SMMEs. We have provided the names. Question 18 asks if there's been any funding or training channeled towards an SME that plans on following the cannabis value-adding route. And we indicate, Honorable Chairperson, that 8 hemp permit holders have already been trained on the cultivation of hemp. 5 cannabis SMEs have been helped with exhibition stands so that they could exhibit their products at the Sentin Convention Center, and that was in November 2022. There are 18 hemp permit holders which also went to the same convention, and there's 1 cannabis licensed SMME with a mobile cannabis dehumidifier for drying cannabis flowers before being packaged. Question 19 asks if we will help set up clients that will be involved in the primary production of either cannabis or hemp. We have explored that initiative. However, that initiative is proving difficult to implement because there are regulatory issues that still need to be dealt with. Question 20 asks, how far has GDAT gone with the process of issuing licenses for cannabis? And we point out that GDAT doesn't issue licenses. However, SAPRA and the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development are the ones that issue these licenses. The next question is how many such licenses have been issued? We indicate that the province itself has 62 hemp permit holders, 25 cannabis cultivation licenses, and 3 cannabis manufacturing licenses, all from either SAPRA or DALT. The next question asks about the Portfolio Committee received a query from a person whose abode is in Kuruleni municipality and has intimated on starting the distribution of cards. And our response is that we are noting this query. However, the person is going to be in trouble with BOLA. What procedure need this person follow to comply with endangered species regulations? We indicate that all activities, whether it's buying, selling, donating, growing, trading, possession, transporting, collecting with cards, are restricted activities that require a permit, so the person must have a permit. She may apply for either selling permits or register for a cards nursery, should they meet the minimal requirements. In terms of air quality management, the GDAT has to be commended for achieving 100% for completed atmospheric licenses, which have been issued within legislature timeframe. Question 24 asks, how has the air quality in the province been since the easing of lockdown levels following the COVID-19 period? And our response is that economic activities, unfortunately, in most areas contribute to air pollution. And because COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent lockdown has resulted in reductions in economic activities, emissions has also gone down. Then, okay, the next question. Question 25, how has the initiative developed as a means aimed at ensuring a climate-smart Gauteng by encouraging the sharing of car lifts among workers at a common establishment, fed thus far? Our response is that we've appointed a service provider called Find a Lift to pilot the carpooling program. And this was during the 2014-15 financial year. Following the successful uptake of this program, a service level agreement was extended for a further 3-year period from the duration from November 2015 to November 2018. The results from Find a Lift demonstrated that significant savings in distance, which perpetuates through saving costs associated with fuel and vehicle maintenance, can be achieved. The Gauteng Department of Transport, of Roads and Transport used the carpooling experience and information from GDAT to develop a carpooling application for rollout to the entire GP. Question 26 asks, could the GDAT give the Portfolio Committee a report on the status of the climate and extent of carbon emissions in the province? And our response is that, as indicated in our strategy, which is called the Gauteng City Region Overarching Climate Change Response Strategy and Action Plan, in general, Gauteng can expect to become warmer over time as global atmospheric and sea surface temperatures rise, with regional variation among the different municipal areas. No significant changes are expected from a total precipitation perspective, although there is a high likelihood of both rainfall and droughts intensifying. We also indicate that we've established a GHG emissions inventory project, which was issued to the public and closed on the 3rd of February. We expect the Gauteng profile to be slightly different to the national profile, especially with regards to the energy and land categories. Currently, the province utilizes the national figures to estimate the provincial emissions 159 megatons in 2017 using the 33% from State South Africa. In terms of the financial performance questions, the conditional grants question is what measures does GDAT envisage that need to be built in to ensure timelier disbursement by DALT so that departments utilize these effectively in subsequent years. I think, Honorable Chairperson, we've dealt with this one where we said that we've proposed to them that they start with these approval processes in the third quarter. What has GDAT committed to with the conditional grants amounting to 86.9 million? And can the department ascertain that this commitment will indeed be realized? Edward, our response is that at the end of December 22, we're sitting at 46 million. Taking our expenditure and commitments into consideration, the projected expenditure as of now is at 53%. It should be noted that a deviation request was requested, and that is, as we indicated, we are now using the RFQ processes so that we do not delay any further. The next question is about GOD empowerment. GDAT has to be commended for launching a female-owned abattoir in Everton. Who is the beneficiary? And we indicate that Ms. Tepsin Nsowane from Eve's Den Rural Solution is the owner, and we've also provided her details like the cell phone number. Is the abattoir mobile? Our response is yes. Is the abattoir meant to slaughter all farm animals from cattle to poultry? We indicate that it only slaughters cattle, sheep, and goats. The last question asks what training has been provided to the owner, and we indicate that the beneficiary received training on the use of the mobile abattoir equipment, and this has happened twice already. We've also provided a generator for her to cushion against load shedding. Okay, I thought it was the last question. Question 34 asks, show how they reconcile an upward adjustment of over 11 million for Program 2 with the expenditure levels attained as at quarter three end standing at just over 46%. And we indicate that our rollover request for Program 2 amounting to 35 million was approved, and therefore we included that in the budget that we already had. Question 35 asks, show the breakdown for increments as a result of the equitable share, conditional grants, and rollovers. This is information that the CFO dealt with, Honorable Chairperson. So that is the end of my questions. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, HOD, for the comprehensive responses. And I must confirm, honorable members and our stakeholders here, whom we represent in the Portfolio Committee, because some of these questions that we are asking are from yourselves, are from the engagements that we have with yourselves, and we are able to pose them to the department so that they give us these responsive answers. And I must confirm that all the members have got the written responses signed off by the MEC. We do have them in our possession, and we will continue to do oversight on the department based on their responses as well, so that if they don't do what they said they are doing, we can follow them up. And I think we must commend them on that. And commend yourselves for asking some of these difficult questions, you know. And I think that the responses are quite comprehensive and they cover a lot of ground, I must say. I don't think Rakafet's idea is okay today, but as our stakeholders will continue to have these sessions so that we are able to work with the department. I'm not sure if members have got follow-up questions to the responses that they have received. Wait a minute. The honorable members, if they do have the follow-up questions on the responses that the HOD has put on, the honorable members can ask that. And then after that, immediately, because she spoke on the roadshow, she actually responded on the roadshow that we had in December. And some of the farmers that we visited are here today. I'm going to ask them to respond to the response by the HOD so that we are aware how far did the work go. Is what the HOD is saying a true representation of what happened on the ground, because we have not been able to go back to those farmers to ascertain whether those things have been done or if there's any progress. But I think the people are here today, and I think Ma'am Nisi, Ms. Nkosi, she is here. Osdora is here. Tatem Pierre is here. Unfortunately, Ma'am Miriam is not here from Ronkor Spruit Farm. But I think she gave the response here. Miriam, there's progress apparently there. We must just get in touch with Miriam just to find out if there is real progress. So I'm going to start with the honorable members to ask follow-up questions if there are any on the responses. No follow-up questions. Lisha. Okay, thank you very much. And then I'll go straight to Osdora. If there's anything you want to say, you can stand up because we visited your farm. I know you spoke earlier, but now we are on another agenda, so you need to talk to your situation.
Thank you very much. I wanted to check on the issue of the lease agreement that we are having with the city. Hence, I've asked before to say, can you guys help us to get the proper lease agreement? Because in terms of looking for the market, you cannot get a market if you don't have a lease, especially for the agri-parks. Because they can tell you that we can't give you a contract, where else we are not sure whether somebody tomorrow will wake up and say you are evicted, and of which that is exactly what is happening. So can you please try to help us with the lease agreement, as well as on the lease to be affordable? Because sometimes you find it hard to pay the lease because of the pricing of this lease. Can you please try to attend to those two? Thank you.
Okay, let's take Ms. Nkosi.
Okay, that's Nisi. Good afternoon. Hey, Ma'am, Honorable Chair, sorry, my apologies. I'm sure my face says it all. On the 15th of December, you did a roadshow. You came through to our farm to see our grievances. And the biggest one was three, that you approved fencing for us in 2015. You approved borehole for us in 2015. You approved solar for the farm in 2015. And that was never delivered. You came through with the team and the different departments. We had a very lengthy meeting. And in that meeting, we had resolutions and solutions way forward. And I remember the agreement was this is an urgent matter, because you could see the passion you could see the determination, and you could see that we were ready to work. I'm sad to say half of those things are not done. And the agreement was in January, when they come back immediately, when they come back from holiday, they are going to prioritize this matter because it's not an ordinary matter. We've been waiting. I'm a young person with land that says I want to work. I'm a young person that's saying to government, carry me through, don't give me these resources. I've got. We spoke about this. We spoke. It's March now. They introduced the boreholes service providers. With our understanding was that our matter was going to be prioritized because of the years. We've got letters that says we are approved. So why are they treating us like all the other farmers when we've been waiting? We lost out on another contract to supply spinach. Now, we spoke about this. It's still not been done. And you are busy saying young people must get into agriculture. You are saying young people must be involved. How am I going to get involved when now I am forced to get a job while I have a land? So I'm not happy. So I am really not happy. I did mention to the team that you are my last hope. I did mention to the team that, you know what, my parents are done with farming. And they said, Zibon. I did mention, and we're in March right now. The only thing they did, I've sent countless of emails, and the only thing they said, we will get back to you. We will come do the testing on which is supposed to be tomorrow. They're doing the testing, but we've lost the contract in that process. So the solar, they have not come through to install the fence, which we spoke about because they've been stealing our chickens. We spoke about this. And we're not saying, government, take us from we shared our profile. We only asked for assistance because we were already doing. We asked for assistance because we could show what we could do without government assistance. So I'm sorry, HOD, your reporting is not accurate. It's not accurate. And I'm standing here representing the young people saying, you are saying we need to go into farming and we need to make farming fashionable. It's not. Instead, I'm thinking farming it's oppressing. I'm thinking farming is actually, no, I'm not going to do that because right now I'm getting affected. With my skill, with my talent, with my land, I need to go get a job now. So what must happen? 2015, these inputs were approved. So what must happen? What must happen?
Okay, let's give to Menomsa. Menomsa, it's your turn.
Sanbonani, afternoon, Chairperson. I'm from Olun's Primary School Farm. And we met with the legislature in December in Pretoria, and we did also say our problem with our plot where we're working. And they came, fortunately enough, they came to us and then they viewed the place. Our place is rich, but it's not being helpful. That place is 3.5 hectares. Idliwa ukhula. Ukhula liyakhula ngathi umuntu. And it was on a farmer cycle, yakishwa, I don't know how, from 2015 up until now, there's no improvement there. Officials keep on coming saying, okay, this is from farmer cycle. No, it's out, it's on the garden, food garden, so we don't know where we stand. We are cooperatives there, and I'm happy because our organization, WARD, had an engagement with MEC and HOD that they will come to help us. They will have a function there on our place of work. And unfortunately, the weather couldn't permit. We were supposed to have it on the 4th of December. The weather couldn't permit. It was raining and they postponed it. So HOD, I'm reminding you with the MEC, please come on the 9th because it was postponed for the 9th of March. So this is a report back to the legislature that yes, indeed there was supposed to be an event, so they postponed it for the 9th. So the 9th, MEC promised to come and HOD. So we request, please do come, because it's only in Region G, it's only Ekinov that is being stable, that is being sustained and being helped. All the officials go there because it's already there, everything is happening there. But you find that they say Region G is poor. That poor status of the poorest, they're supposed to be there and work there, but that land is not supported. The infrastructure has been demolished. There's guys that come there, they do as they want. The infrastructure there has been demolished. The fence has been vandalized. And that place is organic. The things that are coming there, we also have dacha that grows on its own. So we ask for support for the 9th, that please can they assist. And we have as well mother ola payana oyenza indigenous trees as well. So we also ask for help for her, because she's really good in herbs. So, but we will profile ourselves when they come. So we thank you, HOD, for your acceptance of the invitation. So thank you so much.
Okay, let's get to Ndadempie. Ndadempie.
Thank you, Chair. We, Mpie and Sons, appreciate what you promised us. You came on the 15th of December to our plot, and you could see the serious problems that we have with the service provider and the Department of Agriculture by not monitoring their work. So on the 20, we were supposed to have a meeting on the 24th of February with DBSA, the contractor, and also the engineer. And the engineer, Mr. Mabadi, decided to send us a message on the 16th of February to say we must meet the following day. It was very, very impossible, because on the 17th we had prior commitments. We could not meet on the 17th. We said, no, we are committed. But he insisted. I had to phone Mpotape to say this is the problem that we are encountering with the engineer. So the engineer was taking us for granted. They think we are small boys. We're not. And we've been working for many, many years, and we've been in managerial positions. So we know that if you make an appointment, you've got to give a person an allowance. We're not giving an allowance. You can imagine of all the troubles that we had from 2017 to date, this fence is not yet completed for 2 years. Can really a fence take 2 years? It can't. Now, we met on, then we rescheduled. Then he gave us a tinkle that we can meet on the 28th, which we accepted. We met with him, the engineer, but the service provider was not there. So when we met on the 28th, because we arrived earlier with my son, we took a round. We checked as to whether the slacks which were there were completed or done. It was only that 4-meter shortfall which was done. But let me tell you, according to the specification, the fence and the gates must be galvanized. But the gates are not galvanized. So they are beginning to rust. So that was not done as well. So the caps which they were supposed to fit on top of those poles, still, it's about 60 of them which are not there. So it means we are dealing with a service provider who is not honest. They want us to sign so that the project will be delivered to us. How do you sign when the project is not completed? It's not complete yet. So I don't want to lie to the House to say the department is doing justice. If the service provider is not monitored, he or she will do as he wishes. So it means we are beggars, and beggars are not choosers. It doesn't work that way. We are very smart to say we monitor the project, because the very same service provider said to us, we are not their client. We shouldn't be saying anything. You can imagine. I was pissed off that day. I was pissed off. Now, I wonder as to whether will all what they're supposed to do for us be done? Because according to our application, we were approved a fence, a borehole, solar system, and a chicken structure. We are trapped here. So I hope and trust that the pressure that is exerted at the moment, it will make our day come true. So I hope and trust that eventually they will realize that we are not beggars. The government says they must support us. They must support us. You can imagine we bought that plot. We took our money, we bought a plot as we were advised. But it takes us so many years. That money, that plot does not return any profit to us for so many years. So, Chair, I hope and trust that our last hope is the EXCO to say, please, 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 do what is correct. If you ask them to do what is correct, I think they will realize how serious it is. Some of us are old now. You know, should I really die, this project is going to fail. Definitely. My sons and daughters are waiting to see that day when this project starts. So I heard Mr. Madolo saying they helped farmers from infancy to where they are as they are commercial. In 2017, that's when we acquired that farm. But people that we started with were helped, and now they're commercial. What about us? When is it going to happen? When are we going to be helped from infancy until a certain level? Look, if we can be taken from infancy to here, I can tell you, we can be a commercial, because we know what to do. They will assist us to go there. So, Chair, I would like to thank you really for putting that effort so that they should realize that we have a dream. We want our dream to come true. Thank you.
Thank you very much, farmers. What we're going to do now is we are going to allow the department to respond. Ne? But before they respond, just to outline to yourselves that the department shared the numbers of extension officers in the various regions. Ne? By long haul, you should work with them. Le kono wa founela directly so that they can come to your farms and then the problems darling. And again, the department is here. Before you leave, if you've got a burning issue long haul ya affect personally, go farming how. They will be there. You can talk to them so that you can explain your issue. Ne? and then they can handle it from there, because this is not a technical meeting mo e leng hore re tlo deala ka di one-on-one issues, you know. So, and we've asked broadly about 34 questions, tse e leng hore di recovery. So maybe before you can sit down for a while. Before you respond, I'm just going to give only 5 people an opportunity to speak. And so, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's 5 rows. I'm going to take only one from each row. Don't be personal, your issue, because you've got an avenue to ventilate your issue you affect as a person in your farm. Okay. Let's talk about progress as to the way forward and what you can advise the department on doing in order to service you better. Let's take that approach. Ne? Otherwise, we're going to sit here until tomorrow, and I've just heard some of the drivers, they want to leave. That's why you see some of the people have just left. Ne? So let's do that. Let's be disciplined. I'll take 5 short inputs. Way forward, let's be progressive. So I'm going to take one. There's one right at the back there. Abulela for the first time. I give them tabulating before. Ne? Mama with the green, you can stand up. Stand up. Yes. And then Kamo, I'll take Mama with the black. Wena, stand up. And then Kamo, I'll take the gentleman right at the back in black. Okay? And then Kamo, Papa with the blue cap. And then Kambola Mama. Mama Mrawena, you spoke before. Let's give somebody else an opportunity. We'll give my sister here in front an opportunity. Let's take it that way so that we can wrap up and close. Number 1, Mama.
Okay, Dumelang. Libitso laka ki Judith Babramushi from Ekiano Farm. The name of the cooperative is Step Ahead. Ke presentation the way the mailing Gauteng, and then the most yading to take ne ke batla o tseba ka tsona tse ke botsitseng di arabilwe like ya biogas hore ha re yetsa produce ya rona and mafelong a yona maybe like ha re harvester retsa tse salantse re di sebedise for biogas. Nna thwe ke kopa ona jaanong re sa emetse that visit hore department batle ba tlo bona mo re ka etsang letamo le la teng la biogas, and then le agro processing ra ikopa tle hore le tle le re thuse ka yona agro processing, and then le cannabis ba ile ba re batla re thola workshop le rona matekwane a imeletse mo le mo rona mo famong re kopa thuso re kopa that workshop ntse re emetse for many years. Le nto re kopa ntho go dryland re na le bothata re na le dryland re na le di-tunnel re mo di leasing ne re kopa tswetswe maybe ha re ka chekelwa hore go possible na hore re thole title deed. Ke tlo kata and a long story short ke lebohe everything e re thotseng mona, and then lo ho tsebisa department hore or le rona ka mo really encourage hore hona le mo jirati e thusang haholo. Re na le di solar panel for high electricity e tsamaile re sebedisa di solar panel tseo, and then le di tunnel re setse re na di 60 tunnels mara la tseba ke re hore ha o thola something o tlo dula o ntso batla hore e ka re nka thola eng ntho e golo e re kopa ke di title di for dryland ya re costa 10 years re mole ntse release. Thank you so much.
Okay, alatelang Mama.
Ka leboga ke rata dumedisa everyone. Lebitso la ka ke Gladys Mbombi. Ke tswa Mamelodi under Umgaruso Women in Water. Ke rata leboga jidarti everything le re retseng yona. Nna no ke emela ho tlobolela ka youth pila. Rata leboga Umgaruso is growing too much because we We have young people, baba rejoining, but tlileng ba bona re ha re bereka. So mara our challenge ku hore he batla bereka le rena only to find hore rena ha hona ntho e re ba fang yona. Mara as women in water mukariso re ra hore every month re collected 20 rand re ba fe yona he ba fetso go bereka because ba ka se bereke on an empty stomach. So ra gopela government rena gore re ge re ba gopoleng hore a ska tlala serata ba tla end up ba use the drugs. He ba ha re ba bereka so he ona le mereko go di locals go community. Most of them ababa here because ba bona ba bereka le rena. They think hore ba gola and aba gole. Yanong ra gopela lena he le busy le di meeting ke utlwile re hona le 2 point something million e setseng ra gopela hore tšhelete eo engwe ya ke utlwile ba re isetsi engwe ya 2 point something million eo gopolang bana ba rena le ire something le ba stepentinyana hore he ba tla tšhimong ba tla ba tlo le male rena ba ska buela morao ba itse hore ba yo kry something. Why do na le cold drink engwe ba re ke papa ha bereki re fitla re ba rekela yona ba ja le roto gore re kgone go bereka re ya ko pele ra leboga Jidarti everything le iretseng yona.
Okay. Right at the back, iseng wena papa o emeletseng. Hona la meng ka maoto ko morao ke ena ke mo ke mo supileng. Yes. Ke appointile ena ha tane ke no uta matso. Sorry papa.
Sanibonani. Ngikhathele ukukhuluma kodwa namhlanje ngifuna ukuthi ngikhulume. Mama ngicela uza kuwe lapho ngaphambili. Sicela amaqiniso ma. Amanga ngizwani nawo. Mangimela ngimela umphakathi. Wona luhluphekile. Sikhona nasemafameni siyalima but recognize. Epitori nisitshelile ukuthi kunemali esele ezabuyela emuva. But yenzeni? Namhlanje niyaphinda kunemali but recognize. Mani hamba nisenza door to door ningena kuphi niye kuphi. Because manje ngoku ngine problem serious. Ingathi nina ni favora ama councillor nabantu abaclose nama councillor. Thina sikude nama councillor sizoncedwa ubani? Namhlanje nithi ninceda abantu abahluphekile abangobani abantu bahluphekile because sikhona sihluphekile but as recognize kungcono abantu baphinde bobhema inyawo uphe ngenxa yenu enifailayo thina singomphakathi sibambene sifailanga sifailwa yini department. Ndicela ke nina nikwazi ukuhlanganisa thina no government ningasifeyili ningasitsheli engekho nihlanganisa ugovernment nathi if niyahluleka niyeke sizenzele. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Usisuthu ucela igama nesibongo.
Yes.
Okay, igama lami uLukhanyo Mnyamana mphume Vanderbijlpark extension towards 79 region A. Amen.
Thanko. Kambo neke supile papa mo ke PCA black behind the lady with red. It was you. Yes.
Ke rata ho le dumedisa kaofela ke le hlomphile kaofela ka hare ho pleke ne nna ke le mlatela wa hama ke tswa ke go tshepisong. Okay, ke batla ho toucha mo ntong e setseng touchitswe haholo ke batho ba buleng before nane for youth re lose inspiration kabane when we go into this re kene ka passion re kene ka lerato ne and then now we are dying out. So we are running out of the option. Re dependile mo GDART mo lona legislature. Now my question is, if the option is re nang le tsona tse mo pela rona, what other options do we have ana e teng tsela e nngwe e re ka kgonang hore maybe di teng di company di entities tse ikemetseng tse ka kgonang hore assista, because as Tshepisong rona ha re nke re bona visitation e ngata. Ke a utlwa di pleke tseng ntse o mentioniwa Pretoria side, Ekurhuleni and Val side. Rona ka kol side in le la West Rand we don't get much, and then re qala ho fela le pelo because I can believe ke bua for everybody ha ke re kenya mmele pelo le moya, and then le madi a rona a tsholoha even ha re le mo mobung mo re tsama ho etsa ona mosebetsi o wa agriculture. Ke a leboha.
Okay, the fifth one, ke Mama Mopele. Abuti, I didn't recognize you. Utlatla ka mopele, ne? Don't worry. Utlatla ka mo tafoleng. No, not now. Harifets, after we got the responses, I said those that have got burning issues, they will come, ne? No. No. Let's not break the rules of the house. No.
Greeting to the house at large. My name is Tsepo Ramutumbu, and I'm from Umbuisa School of Arts and Culture, which is located in Orlando West. It's been such a very great opportunity or platform the government has given us. Thank you so much for this public participation, because it's really given us a voice to actually tell the government how we feel. And we hope they'll take that to consideration and act on it. Firstly, I'd like to actually acknowledge Mr. Matolo for your presentation. It was an amazing presentation. You are doing a great work as a government. Obviously, you won't be able to reach to everyone as much as we'd want to, but but Matondo, I want to touch particularly into your supporting program. You mentioned something very interesting about production centers, which is something very interesting considering unemployment that is taking place in the country. And with these production centers that you've mentioned, to me, they're talking a language of producing stuff that can actually go to the market. And with everything that you've mentioned, there's one thing that perhaps you didn't mention, and myself, we are farming currently, which is from a small scale, and we're farming the usual vegetables, but however, we want to venture into hydroponics and do fish farming. And I wanted to find out from the government if we also want to have like support, want to make an appeal that they also consider fish farming, because it's not popular in the black townships, and we want to introduce it because everyone is doing chicken, everyone is doing a lot of other farmings, and we spoke about technology, and which is the current affair, and we want our children to also learn. If we can also emphasize on training, you did mention that training. If we can also have training into hydroponics, so we can have those centers be supported. I thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's take the last hand.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Mondo Musehle, Kiko Wadi, Yako Region, Yako Sidibeng. I'm a secretary there. We thank the department and we really appreciate them for the support given to our commercial farmers. Can we please, the department, have that same plan for us as the farmers in the plots? I've seen the figures there. It's 29 farmers that have been commercialized, but they can they have also the plan for us, the farmers that are in the plots, so that they combine us in order for us to grow, and it also will help them to achieve more numbers than what they achieved now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All the speakers, I think you were crisp and to the point, and you offered solutions and way forward, and I think you also applauded the department for the work that they're doing, and I think they can actually improve, they can do better, and they should do better. Let's allow the department then to come back with the responses. HOD? Oh, okay.
Thank you very much, Chair and honorable members. I think farmers, I would like to just say, start with a response to that Pierre and Sons. Chair, our sector, as in agriculture, requires that farmers be on their farms because farming is a business on a 24-hour basis. We're utilizing government funding to make sure that we support farming business to get to another level for the previously disadvantaged farmers. Now, and I believe that all of the farmers that are here that are assisting, they stay on their farms, look after their chickens, they look after their piggery, they look after their livestock, they look after their infrastructure, which is the fencing, because people steal fences. You put it up, tomorrow it's going to be stolen. So I think it's very important. And the people that we presented here, farmers, the 29 that we are talking about, even when we assess them for qualification into the commercial farming program, they comply to these requirements. So we want to plead to farmers that as we assist you, help us. You can't be a tourist on your own farm. Farming is a business. And government is taking resources, limited resources, to make sure that we support you to grow the economy of this country. So we want to plead with you. In terms of the, as an example for Chair and honorable members, in the Free State where we went with the HOD, there is what is called a beneficiary holding account. Now what this means is that the Department of Agriculture in the Free State has got an agreement with the bank that banks with the governments there. And what happens is that each and every farmer in that province, actually and KZN, has an account in that bank whereby government banks with. And the approved farmer, who could be Mr. Madolo or whoever, from the application process of the department, the approved farmer from the application process then opens a bank account with the bank that banks with the department. The money that is approved for that farm is deposited into the bank account of that farm. And upon approval of the HOD and the extension officer and the chief director in that province, given the fact that the support has been approved, the farmer then goes to the cooperative where he knows that I need a cultivar from Pana, I need this kind of a planter and so on, which I know best as a farmer. And then from there, the farmer monitors his own business to say, I want this thing delivered on this day. We are also working towards that, Chair, as a department, because this is another model that's working. The reason I'm mentioning this, I'm reminded by the fact that I think it's important for farmers to also recognize that ourselves as officials, we have to make sure that government money is utilized as per the PFMA directs us, efficiently, effectively, and there must be transparency in terms of how we use government money. So I think I just wanted to say that, Chair, because the boreholes, the solar panels that farmers are talking about, and the poultry structures, service providers have been appointed through the DBSA. In terms of the boreholes, assessment in terms of how much water is on the ground, how deep can the pump go, and the procurement of that material, those have been done. And what is left now is for the farmers to be assisted, given the fact that the service providers now appointed and they'll get onto the ground. However, if the farmer does not stay on his farm and is a tourist in his own farm, honestly, it's also making our job difficult. We want to appeal to the farmers to assist us so that we can assist them to make their investment as into farming profitable. Now, the issue of the, I think I've talked to the issue about because these are solar powered boreholes that we're supporting them with. So that process is finalized. We've got our own agricultural engineers that have been appointed by us in this department who are working closely with the department on a daily, weekly, monthly basis. They are monitoring that the requisite infrastructure, as in these boreholes, and the structures that need to be constructed on these farms. The professional service providers who are doing the designs and everything appointed to the DBSA are busy also with design so that this work continues. However, it's not easy because, you know, if you advertise as we did with the DBSA and the tender becomes non-responsive, you've got to start again. You can't pick up Madolo from the street and then utilize him to deliver the service. So in terms of Mr. Mnisi, and it's the same. Work is underway. Yes, we know that the process took longer, and hence DBSA was appointed. We are now, as indicated, done with the assessment of where the water is, where what equipment is actually required, and that work, as you were indicating yourself, Mr. Mnisi, that you were told that implementation is going to start tomorrow also. So bear with us. Yes, we've got glitches, but we are determined to make sure that our farmers in this province work and are actually supported effectively in partnership with private sector, because we're not doing this on our own. We just had a meeting together with our MEC HOD and the other colleagues, together with Gauteng, who said to us, talking about training and mentoring, Tinas van Sail, who's the CEO of Gauteng, we are here, MEC, to hold hands with you. And as we are saying again, those farmers who want to do farming as a business, who want to assist this government, deliver jobs, deliver food security in this province, we will work with them. And we will work with the private commercial farmers who are there, as I indicated, in the sector, so that we can, as we say, growing Gauteng together. Gauteng is there to work with us. Chair, in terms of the sustainability and the reinvestment into the farming business, we have encouraged these commercial farmers that we're talking about. That one of the things that does not happen in our farmers, and we know, and some of them actually, I showed MEC a clip. We just bought some of our farmers poultry feeds, bought them piggery feeds, and we saw a clip from Facebook whereby one of the farmers in Vereeniging was advertising sale of the piggery feeds that we actually bought for him. Now, we have to say these things, and we've got evidence. We're going to be following it through and make sure that government money is not wasted by people who want to camouflage as farmers and at the end of the day contribute to us spending government money in an improper manner. So, Chair, I think that's why we are, with these 29 commercial farmers, we are now appointing a firm to make sure that the farmers who are commercializing, audited financial statements are produced, so that we also encourage that. Because yes, it's a grant, but it's a grant that must be utilized for what it's intended to, so that we can go and help other farmers. So yes, Chair, we're on track in terms of that, and we are definitely hopeful that in partnership with our private sector, as indicated, Gauteng, PepsiCo and other private sector partners, we will end up having real commercial farmers in this province who will help us with these issues about food security, unemployment, and of course, ultimately addressing the issue of inequality, because if we deal with these issues and people have got the requisite skills in the sector specifically, then we'll be able to deal with them. But I think it's important that we are also true to ourselves in dealing with these matters. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, maybe let's request the vet just to give us a brief on the biosecurity measures, as I had requested, noting that we will be visiting these farms. I'm not sure if you're ready with that. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, MEC. And Dumelang. I'm trying to adjust the mic, but I hope you can hear me. Chair, just to confirm, do you just want me to restrict on yourselves? Do you just want me to restrict the biosecurity measures on yourselves? Yes. Okay, so basically, Ntate Dolo did talk about a bit on the biosecurity. So essentially, it's really just to prevent bringing in any bacteria, viruses, or any disease that comes from the outside into those farms that you are visiting. It's very, very important because whenever there are diseases, it's because something has moved from somewhere to another place. So if you're specifically visiting poultry or piggery farms, they're the most sensitive. It can happen with cattle farms, but those two species are very, very sensitive. So what is needed is to make sure that you're on high alert. Firstly, the most important thing is that you have to have a 72 window period where you have no contact. If you are visiting a poultry farm, no contact with any other poultry. If you yourself have poultry, I would advise that you don't visit another poultry farm. It's not advisable. The same with piggery. Because what you have on your farm or within your animals, you can actually bring it to another farmer. And then when you, the other important thing is that what you also need to do is to make sure that you have protective clothing. Because diseases are carried by anything. It could be your car, your tires, it could be your own clothes, it could be your hair. That's when Tatemadolo mentioned the fact that when you get into certain farmers, you might need to shower. It depends on where you are going. Some farmers who have got very high biosecurity standards will require you to shower in and to shower out, because you might actually not bring in disease, but you might take out disease to another place. And then the other thing is that you need to refrain from visiting two or more farms that have got the same species on the same day. So in other words, you can't go from one, giving an example of the farmers that he gave, you can't go from Anna Posa to, I can't remember his name, to Wuhatsu on the same day. So you cannot do that. So even ourselves from veterinary services, even when we visit farms, we don't do that because you might actually be an agent for transmitting disease. But also when you get to the farm, compliance in terms of protective clothing, that's very, very important. And that protective clothing, ideally, if members don't have, we are very happy to make sure that we provide, because the protective clothing that we use as veterinary services, it's laundered by a specialized laundry services. We don't wash them at home, because that is also a risk. Yes. So that's very, very important. But also when you get the protective clothing includes overalls and boots. When you get there, you will have to even disinfect. They might have to disinfect your vehicles, your undercarriage, your tires. If they don't, please insist, yeah, because that's good practice. But also your boots and everything. So you disinfect in and out. Hand washing is standard procedure and all those kind of things. So very, very briefly, that is what you need to observe as you visit these farms, because otherwise, you might actually, create a crisis for a farmer unwittingly by bringing yourself onto the farm. Thank you.
No, before you leave, Chair, sorry, I missed your name. Just for hazards reasons, can you just
My
repeat your name?
apologies. I'm Dietana Nemudzivadi.
Dietana Nemudzivadi.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So what we'll do is Bongani has got the exact farms that we intend visiting, and I'm sure he will have the dates as well. So I would request that he communicates with you so that we get the specifics, and from our side he will get confirmation of the number of members that go, so that he can procure the protective clothing, so that he can deal with the arrangements, so that we don't present any hazard to the farmers. So he will recommend, I think I tried to, separate them so that we don't do poultry to poultry. Yeah, so but he will have a look at that list. If he needs to revise it, he will do so that we don't contaminate anyone or any farm.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just need those details so that we stick to the regulations.
Yes, Chairperson. And I think I should probably also just add that it is wise to limit the number of people that go at any given point in time. Yes. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks for the brief. Thank you very much. As we proceed with our meeting, honorable members, I think item 5 was on resolution tracking, which I'm reliably informed there are none. And the provincial bills, we had the provincial adjustment appropriation bill, which has already been presented. So we've covered that. And on item 7, petitions, there are no petitions that have been brought to our attention as a committee. And in terms of correspondence, there are none at the moment. And on other matters arising, I'm not sure if members have got any other matters that you want to raise at this point in this meeting. From your side, member? None? None? Honorable members? No other matters arising. And then, MEC, I don't know if you want to make your closing remarks. If you do, you can now at this stage. But for members of the Portfolio Committee, the next meeting will be held on Monday, the 6th of March. I don't know why you chose Monday, because Mondays are constituency days. Yeah, I think you must change that date. It's not suitable. Okay, so we'll get proper information in terms of our next meeting. This one is not appropriate. Thank you very much. Over to you, Missy.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think there's much for us to say, except to indicate to which the comments that have come through are noted. The department, as we had indicated, is massifying on its work, so we do anticipate to do far more for our farmers. And those that have individual complaints that they have made, I was saying with Madol, I'm sure they're taking down the comments so that they can follow up on those, hopefully, because you don't want to see the same faces continuously. We must be able to make sure that there's progress on their cases. But thank you very much, Chair. Your job is to make sure that you play oversight over us on behalf of society and make sure that we are delivering accordingly. So let me thank you, Chair, and the committee members. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you, MC and your staff in the department for honoring this invitation. I know it has not been easy. You have been very busy preparing for the State of the Province address and many other activities that takes place in the Gauteng government, given the restructuring that is underway and the amount of work on your plate. But we do appreciate as the Portfolio Committee that you were able to be with us and you stayed the course until we finish. So thank you very much for honoring the invitation. And most importantly, thank all the members who were here attentively and making their inputs and the valuable questions, the 34 questions that we managed to pose to the department and the adequate responses that we received. Also want to thank the support staff, the committee support staff from the Legislature for doing an excellent job. And lastly, to thank you, our important stakeholders whom we rely on, in holding this department to account, playing oversight over the department. I think you are the key contributors to the work that we are doing, and we really appreciate you. And every time we call you, you come in your numbers. We really appreciate you. It's very commendable. And we hope that ours will be a lasting relationship. We will be able to resolve some of the issues that we all have, and also support the department in doing its work and encourage them to do more. We are not penalizing them or doing anything, but we want them to do more. And like the Premier said when he concluded in the State of the Province address to say that if everyone in government can do their work, including the political principals, then we will have a better place to live and there will be service delivery. We must all take our work seriously. Again, as the communities, as our stakeholders, you must take responsibility. Be those activist community members. When you see somebody littering, talk to them, but discourage or no, this is not done. When we visit other countries, the level of discipline by other members of society in other countries is highly commendable. But what's wrong with us? Why can't we take care of our own environment? It's wrong. It can't be. So we must change that culture in society. Cleanliness is next to godliness. So let's all be working together and educate our communities. And I hope that the department going forward, they will emphasize this thing of separation at source. So that we must realize some of the garbage as garbage, gold, like they said. We must be able to separate them, and then we must take them where they are supposed to go, so that we don't just litter everywhere and anywhere. So I want to thank you very much for your massive contributions. So I hope that you will have a good evening and a good weekend, and hope that Harley Bisa happy you'll come. And I just hope that was a valuable session for yourselves. I hope it was not a futile exercise. Thank you very much. Those that have got personal issues, you can talk to individuals from the department. Thank you. Bye.